Madame the Chief of the French Economic Services, Mr. Minister of Maritime Affairs, Mr. General Secretary of the Ministry of Digital Governance, dear members of the Franco-Hellenic Chamber, ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely glad to welcome you for our first Digital Forum organized by our chamber, bilateral chamber, gathering eminent personalities from the Franco-Hellenic business community in order to enhance and further develop business opportunities in the space industry. But before entering in more details of our program, I'd like to thank, first of all, our sponsors who are supporting the organization of this exceptional event. As gold sponsors, we have Airbus and Thales Alenia Space. As supporters, Coralia, Evidite, EFA Group, ESA, Geosystem Hellas, and SI Cluster. And I'd like also to thank our two media sponsors who will moderate the debate to come, Ekatemerini and Epiriro. I also like to mention that our forum is held under the auspices of the French Embassy, the Ministry of Digital Governance, and the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. So I would like to thank you again for your support. Then I have special thanks to the following personalities who collaborated as a dedicated task force to establish and actively coordinate this program. First of all, Mr. Potsis, President of the Hellenic Association of Space Industry and CEO of EFA Group. Thank you very much. Mr. Jorge Sanchez, the Chief Strategy and Financial Officer and co-founder of Coralia and Chairman of the Board of SI Cluster. Mr. Patrick Defranou, Country Director for Greece, Cyprus and Eastern Balkans of Thales, and who has recently joined our board of the Chamber. And Mr. Marc-Pierre Yalouris, the CEO of Pierre Fabre, who is also Vice President of our Chamber, and it's actually thanks to him that we held this forum. He has the original idea. I, of course, thanks all the speakers that will participate to the debate. And also, I'd like to thank someone who is a kind of our angel, and that we have the honor of his presence today, Mr. Professor Makios. Thank you very much, Professor. Greece is, of course, a very key player in the European space landscape. It has a long-lasting and thorough experience in the space industry. As early as the 19th century, it was one of the founding members of the International Telecommunications Union, the leading UN organization for ICT and satellites matters. Over the years, close collaboration between ESA and the Hellenic National Space Committee began, and in 1994, Greece signed its first cooperation agreement with ESA and became, in 2005, if I'm not wrong, the 16th full member state of ESA. Over the years, Greece has developed a large space ecosystem, and including, and not exclusively, I would mention the Hellenic Space Center, of course, Elasat, who is managing 3 active satellites, one with collaboration in Thales, and major civil industrial organization, the Hellenic Association of Space Industry, the Union of Greek Space Technology and Application Industry, EVDISE, established actually the 22nd of September 2008, so it was yesterday's birthday, who gathers over 40 members. In 2009, the SI Cluster, the Greek Collaborative Training on Space Technology and Applications, was created. This cluster is probably one of the first Greek ecosystem, and which consists in 55 members and includes large various businesses, to SMEs to very large, academic institutions and research centers. If we look at the cartography of these members, they are mainly grouped in 2 specialized in expertise, namely the macroelectronics, embedded systems, and material for space and space-related services. The cooperation between Greece and France is now probably entering a more strategic level. Cooperation includes defense, maritime, navigation, tourism, energy, and the space technology are currently providing solutions to all these areas. Therefore, Cooperation on niche space technologies will further strengthen these business developments. Of course, Europe is heavily investing in space commercial activities, and following the recent development, specifically in the US, Europe is now moving forward on new investments in space technology, allowing commercial use of space to European companies. Greece is also clearly stating its willingness to be a key player and has developed a national strategy for space, basically around 4 objectives: to strengthen national security and defense, to develop Greece space industry, to utilize space data and the development of relevant applications, and to support space research and innovation. And the recent announcement of the Greek Ministry of Digital Governance to develop a national microsatellite system, including in the Greece 2.0 plan, approved for funding for the Recovery and Sustainability Fund, provide a great opportunity to develop the base for cooperation between Greek and French space industries, to transfer technology from France to Greece, to utilize the expertise of the Greece engineers and scientists, and develop new emerging products, not only for the European, but also for the international market. Greece can actually play the role of a scientific and production space technology hub, supporting financial development of the Balkan and its East Mediterranean countries, following French and Greek strategic initiatives and priorities. Space development, technology, research, and applications are infinite, and we had definitely to make choices for the program of the forum. So we proposed for you today the following program, which is focusing, as you've seen, around mainly 3 areas. The collaboration framework between the 2 countries within the European context, talking about strategies, initiatives, maybe funding, Earth and observation systems and 5G, and maritime development. So we're going to have the pleasure to have 3 roundtables around these 3 topics. So I hope you will enjoy the productive debates and take today as an opportunity for further business developments, and for sure, specifically between our 2 countries. The chamber, the bilateral chamber, Franco-Hellenic chamber, remains, of course, at your disposal for any support, networking, and active go-between connection. Sorry. So thank you very much for your attention again. And I let the place to Mrs. Boulestro, who is the chief of the French Economic Service. Thank you.
Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, all protocol observed. Well, it is, of course, a great pleasure to be here today. This is a very, very timely forum, and we really thank the Hellenic French Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing it now, especially, and it's such a very, very nice format. The president of the chamber almost said everything, so I strongly support all of his words, and I will be quite short not to repeat everything. I think it is very important to stress at the European level that there is no question that European space policy has been successful. We have in Europe built an affordable access to space, and we have done it at an affordable cost. This is a result of very bold, sometimes, choices made in the past. But the situation could change, and it's changing quite fast. The European space policy has now to tackle new generations, new challenges with the growing of new international players, be them from the private sector or from government. We have to face together this changing environment. Space policy is typically conducted over the long term. Therefore, it is very important that we make decisions now to maintain the leading position of Europe in the space area sector. Fortunately, we member states have the possibility to use the RRF and to use this RRF together and to go in the same direction. The space sector is also a very important sector in economical terms. If you take it as such, it is a niche. I mean, it doesn't create billions and billions of revenues. But as it was mentioned before, it is full of future development, of new technologies, new applications, as it was mentioned. It is also where from the young generation will grow and could grow, you know, what the future of our societies and economies will be. This is why, once again, I think it is very timely that we have this meeting today. The benefit, to grab the benefit of this industry and of this time, member states have to work together closely. And private and government, private sectors and government have to work together closely. This is why, once again, this meeting is so important. Given that, I think that France and Greece have a role to play together. Why? It was mentioned. We have all the key elements to work together and to grow very strong cooperations. We have understood very early in the past how strategic, you know, space was for us and for Europe. So we have this common understanding. We have also developed very close cooperation quite soon. We have, at the government and institutional levels, all the elements to grow cooperation. We have in France, of course, CNES, but we have in Greece, it was mentioned, the Hellenic Space Center. Greece and France also are two of the few countries in Europe with their own operational governmental satellite communication system. Already, Elasat operates satellites built by France. They are from Austria and Thales Alenia Space. We also have in common, I think, in the field of organizations, civil organizations, all the key elements, as I said before, to build a very strong cooperation. It was mentioned, and strong technological partnership. I think this is a key element. It was mentioned before, I'm not going to repeat it, but Greece has the Union Space Technology and Application Industry. I know of the I cluster, but that's not, I guess, the only cluster in this space ecosystem. It was mentioned, I see also that Coralia is here in the room somewhere and will participate. On its side, France has a very strong and competitive space industry, renowned worldwide for the quality of its products and their reliability. This industry today, I want to mention it, accounts for more than a third of the space job in Europe and generate about half of the European space sector's revenue. I also want to pinpoint that the French capabilities in the space sector, and especially the satellite issue, span from the conception to the launching of the satellite. So we can cooperate on all the key elements. I will finish to say that this is once again a very timely moment because I understand that Greece is ready to develop a constellation of microsatellites that will increase the capabilities of the Greek high technology industry. I wish this project, which is real, which is now, will become a great demonstration of what France and Greece can do together in this field. Thank you very much.
Good morning from me too, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you very much for this opportunity that we have to meet and discuss extremely important matters for the European Union. I would like to transfer the regards of my Minister, Mr. Kyriakos Spyrakakis, and Deputy Minister of Digital Governance, Mr. Thodoris Livanios. As you all mentioned before, Greek and French space sector interconnect. We have been working together in the past and will continue working together also in the future, both in applications, in space, for civil and defense. We, in Greece, often people consider us to be newcomers in space, and I'm very glad that Mr. President mentioned that we're actually a founding member of International Telecommunications Union since 1865. We have our own orbital positions and rights in space, which are managed, and this I want to point, are managed by Greek national law by Elasat, which is the national operator in Greece. With the launch of Elasat 2 in 2003, we became a spacefaring nation with one satellite. With the launches of Elasat 3 and 4, we saw new opportunities arising in the space sector for Greece. These satellites gave us the opportunity to develop our own Greek satellite communication system, the so-called GRICOM, which is now being used by ministries, parliament, the embassies of Greece, and civil protection, and many other public organizations, and of course, our military. Greece, through its GovSatcom, is just one of the 6 countries in the European Union that they have their own system. The new European Union space regulation, which will build a pan-European GovSatcom hub, will provide further opportunities for the vibrant industrial ecosystem of Greece, where we will contribute with our system. I would like to remind you that since 2017, Greece has a dedicated space law in which the licensing of space activities is regulated, and the National Register of Objects of Greece in space domain have been laid down and include the following. You have already mentioned it. First of all, the strengthening of national security and defense, especially through the exploitation and development of space infrastructure. The development of national space industry, the exploitation of space data, and the development of related applications, and of course the support of research and innovation in the space field. Furthermore, our recent digital strategy for 2020 to 2025 describes specific activities that us, the government, will undertake in the next years in the space domain. And I will just mention a few of them that are important for today's discussion. First of all, in the field of GovSatcom, I would like to inform you that as part of the materialization of our planning, my Minister of Digital Governance, Mr. Kyriakos Spyrakakis, the Minister of National Defense, Nikolaos Panagiotopoulos, during the visit of Commissioner Thierry Breton in Greece, offered to host in our country the European GovSatcom Hub, which will be based on pooling and sharing of national capabilities of currently operational system. In the field of next-generation optical satellite communications in 2020, the European Space Agency selected the Helmos Observatory, which is the largest telescope in Central Eastern Europe, as the first optical ground station of ESA Skylights program. Helmos, this telescope, will also be utilized under European Union quantum communication infrastructure. In 2021, we had two more additional optical ground stations, the Holomondas in Thessaloniki and Skinakas in Crete. These telescopes are also under preparation to be part of the EuroQCI initiative. This summer, my colleagues and I had the great opportunity to be witnesses of the first connections of the telescope in Helmos Observatory between the optical terminal of the geostationary satellite AlphaSat and the telescope. It was a great moment for us, and I believe a great moment also for the European Union. Now, let's go to the microsatellite projects. This project is part of Greece 2.0. It will be managed by the European Space Agency. And as a next step, we have issued the request for information. Materializing the microsatellite project, in the way to materialize this microsatellite project, we are looking to strengthen and maximize the engagement of our space actors, utilize and expand our infrastructures, and respond to our needs for secure connectivity. This project will be a building block together with our activities in GovSatcom and EuroQCI to support the space-based secure connectivity initiative of Commission Breton. And at this point, I would like to invite you all to send us your views, your ideas, your assistance until October 15th. Additionally, and in order to promote business development in Greece, in 2021, an ESA Business Incubation Center was set up with the European Space Agency. Finally, Greece auctioned its 5G spectrum, its 5G licenses. 25% of the funds were used for the setup of a STOS 5G fund for businesses active in research and development or service provision in 5G infrastructures, including space. Greece today has a comprehensive legal policy and strategy framework that supports and governs space activities in Greece, coupled with specific programmatic activities. We are looking for complementarity and synergies between national, European, and ESA initiatives. This way, we succeed to maximize our benefits for our country. Our motto is space as an enabler for digital transformation, and I believe that this applies also to other European Union member states. On a step-by-step approach, Greece, we are enhancing our capabilities and utilizing and expanding our infrastructures. We promote a more efficient public sector, which will provide benefits for its citizens and the businesses. We build on the assets of the country. We build on the hard work and excellence of our industry, of our research institutes and academia. We are convinced, we are certain, that together we will bring Greece to the new space era. I will finish now, and I would like to thank you again for this invitation, wish you a successful and fruitful meeting, and looking forward to our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. General Secretary. Unfortunately, we need to accelerate the program because we have an issue of connection with Brussels, with Mr. Skinas, unfortunately, so we have to go further. Anyway, I think we'll be connected, but maybe in an hour, if I understood well. So I'm calling Mr. Suchet. Thank you.
Minister, dear colleagues, mesdames et messieurs, first of all, I would like to thank the Chambre de Commerce, France-Greece, and Hellenic Association of Industries for organizing this important event today here. And it's a great honor for me to be here, and a pleasure also to be here with you today physically I think, by the way, by the time being, it's good to have the opportunity to meet with each other again, not only through the screen, but together. That's a good point. If you allow me, I will give you a quick testimony, some words about what is going on in space from the France point of view and how we can act in this situation. France has been working in space for more than 60 years. In fact, we have the 60th anniversary of CNES inception this year, because we had an inception in 61. We became the third country to be a spacefaring nation. It means the capacity to send our own satellite with our own launcher soon after the inception of CNES. From the beginning, we had to create our space scientific community and our space industrial community from scratch. Then we have always worked closely with these two communities, as well as our international partners, to develop space solutions, and mainly at the beginning in two domains: knowledge, science, and defense. Notice that these two domains are very strategic and institutional domains. And all historic agencies around the world have developed their activities around these two domains, which are very institutional. As such, we have developed in France expertise and programs around 5 key pillars: launchers, universe science, including exploration, earth sciences, telecommunication, and defense. But in recent years, the space economy has changed radically due to two main things: digital revolution, which is very important, and miniaturization in space of technologies. Then, going out of the pure state sector and entering a new economic open world, the space sector evolves a lot, with a diversification of private space players and the emergence of a new space ecosystem. As a space agency, we have to play a key role in developing this new ecosystem, and CNES has already put in place a new organization and structure to play its full part in this new endeavor. We shouldn't view the private sector on one side and space agencies on the other. I firmly believe that strong and ambitious support from the public sector is a key of laying the groundwork for the future, and France is working with its European partners, the European Space Agency and the European Commission, to support and shape this evolution. For instance, the tremendous increase in data collected from space, and at the beginning we have built a lot of missions for scientific purpose, observing Earth, oceans, atmosphere, ground, and now we have a lot of data from space, and now we have also developed with the digital revolution the new data processing means. This requires our full attention. This offers great opportunities to build new capacities and develop new applications, as it was said, and services for serving social and economic issues. Here, the purpose is no more only science and defense, even if these two elements are more and more important, but climate change, pollution, land management, agriculture, fisheries, health, transport in the air, in the ground, in the seas, for sure, on the seas, tourism also, etc., etc. This is one of the reasons why space will be a priority for France during its presidency of the European Union next year. In that regard, we fully support ambitious European space programs such as the Constellation initiative of Commissioner Breton, and we are closely involved, you know all, in the consolidating existing capacities such as Copernicus and Galileo. In parallel, CNES is pursuing national initiatives such as Connect by CNES, which is an overall system including ideation, We have an hackathon in France, which is a worldwide hackathon in space now. Incubation, we have 2 ESABICs. You have one in Greece, we have 2 ESABICs in France for some years. Acceleration, we have just funded an accelerator, a French-German accelerator to accelerate our startups. And even financial tools, we have a fund, Cosmic Capital, devoted to space activities. And this system is also very important to connect non-space communities which can take advantage from space data and space developers. Space developers of space systems and also space developers of services using space data. We are also, for sure, supporting the Cassini initiative of the European Commission that will be essential to foster Europe's new space industry. But it's not to say that our 2 historical domains, knowledge, science, and defense, or 5 historical pillars, are not all space. We are still dedicating a lot of resources to sustaining and developing them. To take one example, access to space remains an essential priority for Europe. You know, it's difficult for France not to speak about space launcher, European space launcher, in a speech about Europe. This is very important to be part of the economic competition, but also for strategic issues. Today, you know that Ariane 5 is one of the more reliable launchers in the world, and I'm very happy that it will be launching the James Webb Space Telescope in a few weeks, in a few months, from French Guiana, from Europe, with a European launcher. And tomorrow, Ariane 6 will offer even greater capacities with half the price of Ariane 5. But the work is still to be done, and we are already working on the next generation of launchers focused on reusability. For sure, one could say that all these economic issues make space more and more a domain for competition, and that is true. In this domain, France, Greece, or Germany is nothing alone in front of the United States or China, which are running very fast in this race. But it's also true that space won't be the same without worldwide cooperation. In fact, the difficult balance between competition and cooperation, we call it co-petition. European and international cooperation is deeply ingrained in CNES DNA, and now 100% of our programs are being pursued in cooperation with foreign partners, either bilaterally or on a multilateral basis through ESA. Since 61, our inception, you have to know that we have reached more than 600 agreements with over 70 nations or multilateral organizations about space. A few years ago, you talk about 5 countries, if you take into account that Europe is a country, 5 countries are the one, and you have talked with all the people working on space. Now we have agreements with 70 nations or international organizations about space. And so you understand the context. I won't be long, but a space domain which becomes more and more strategic, not only for science and defense, even if it is still very important and more important, but for all economical domains. And tomorrow, the societies who will have the capacity to use space will be ahead, it's for sure. Second, a worldwide competition, in fact co-petition, which becomes more and more an hard competition, linked to the fact that space is more and more strategic. It is very linked. A domain in quick mutation with new actors, new users also, new methodology, and this maybe it's a very good opportunity for young nations, because you mentioned it, Mr. Secretary General, to join the adventure, because it's not only classical, everything is changing, so it's a very good opportunity to join everyone. And a must to coordinate our efforts in Europe at European level. It's a must now. Of course, we need and we can have competition for concepts at the very beginning when we don't need a lot of money on the table, but when we have to put a lot of money to develop system, we need to strengthen the European cooperation between us. And that is why I'm very happy to be here physically with you today, to participate to this meeting and to be able to make some more stronger links within Europe with Greece and France. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, je vais appeler, I will call the participants to our first roundtable, which will be coordinated by Mrs. Alexia Kefalas. If you want to join, and maybe we will leave the table for the first debate. So, Mr. Suchet, you remain seated, and I will call Mrs. Giannopapa and Professor Sifakis.
Okay, so have a seat. Hello, good morning to everyone. So next to me I have Mr. Sifakis. Is that you? Hello, hi. From Verimag, University of Grenoble, and Professor Joseph Sifaki. And Younes Suchet, you just heard him, it's the Chief Operating Officer of the CNES, and Christina Giannopapa, Advisor to General Secretary of Telecommunications, Minister of Digital Governance. Is that right? Great. Okay, so we're here to talk about Earth Sea Observation System, and it's a question that I'm not a specialist, of course, of space programs, but I heard that there's a lot of space program, now European space program, and Greece is in that, and we want to hear you, Mrs. Giannopapa, first to tell us about how Greece is participating to those programs, European programs that are ongoing or that are already approved by your government. Can you take the word? Thank you.
There is actually a presentation.
Oh, you have a presentation. You want to?
Yes, yes.
It's a PowerPoint presentation. Okay.
So, is there a? How do we? I assume I should be able to change from here.
Okay. Good.
Μπορώ να αλλάξω από εδώ, σωστά? Ωραία. Ωραία, τέλεια. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here with you today to tell you a little bit about what we are doing in the ministry for the past 2 years. We have been on a step-by-step approach, as you heard from the Secretary General, trying to put things together. And I will start by the visit that Commissioner Breton had during the summer. He came and he visited our Prime Minister. They discussed about space. I think this is a highlight compared to the past endeavors of Greece, where basically we want to build our capabilities and activities. He also visited and he spoke with our Minister, Minister Pierakakis, and they also spoke specifically and intensively about space and the importance of space for connectivity, for Earth observation, for the different elements, and in particularly the focus of connectivity and 5G, as especially in the times of COVID, we all understood how important connectivity is and that we cannot see space in isolation, but we have to see it as a blend for space and terrestrial. Following that, he visited our national GovSatcom system. He had the opportunity to go inside. He was taken around by the Minister of Defense in the facilities, and he spoke to the military personnel that was there. And he also had the opportunity to do a demo, to have a real-time communication with a couple of boats that were on the sea, and he had a video conference with them at that time. We have heard about the activities of Greece. So there is the old space and the new space. Greece has been present in the old space with by participating to the ITU, and this is why we have our satellites and we are engaging in that. We are part of almost all European and international organizations related to space, and of course the European Space Agency as well as EUMETSAT. In terms of our activities for that perspective, we heard already by the previous speakers that the national operator of Greece, Elasat, has been putting and helping Greece to be a spacefaring nation, and it provides services to our government and to the citizens. Also in the picture on the left, you can see the station in Thermopyles, which is basically showing the satellite dish and the activities of Greece, not only in space, but in particularly in the terrestrial elements of having a lot of antennas in Greece in terms of activities. In order to engage in space activities is not only about science, you need, or technology or industries, you need an appropriate regulatory framework. And since 2017, Greece has been for the first time getting a national space law, which basically helps businesses and companies to flourish, as there is the possibility and the legal framework to engage and exchange with Greece. In the past, all competencies were scattered in different ministries of space. There were about 5 ministries which were competent for space. And in 2017, all the competencies were gathered in 2 ministries. The Ministry of Defense, which of course maintains its capabilities and activities to that. And in terms of civilian, all capabilities and responsibility is within the Ministry of Digital Governance, and within that, the General Secretariat of Telecommunications and Post. That's the responsible authority administration for it. And the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Digital Governance since 2019, they work hand in hand in all decisions. This is a little bit for those that are coming from far away and might not know how Greece works. So you heard the Secretary General. Within that, there is a General Secretariat of Telecommunications and Post, and there is a General Secretariat for Cybersecurity. And underneath the General Secretariat of Telecommunications and Post, the last government decided to put together space and wireless terrestrial in anticipation of connectivity and bringing things together. So the directorate responsible for space is called Wireless 5G and Space. So Greece has, since 2017, a national space law, an MOU between the civilian and the Ministry of Defense and work together. We have a Space Policy Council of Ministers where they coordinate if they need to take certain decisions. And in 2020, we heard about passing by law the national priorities of Greece. And the first one is the security and defense. The second one is the development of the Greek industry. The third one, the space data. You already heard that from the previous speakers. And of course, this goes without saying that research and innovation is also always important. So policy is set there by law. Then the strategy is a government element, so it is now publicly available. It is the digital transformation strategy for the period of 2020-2025, with the specific actions, and in some of them the Secretary General talked about. And this means we focus around what we have, the GovSatcom, and then build around it for the area of telecommunications. So then when we come to the projects and the mosaic of that, there are different instruments. There are the EU instruments we have at the European Space Agency, and national instruments. For every euro we ask the taxpayer of Greece to put money in activities we do, we have to have multipliers by the European Union engagement. So we have certain pillars, then we have satellite communications, with which I will talk a little bit more. Navigation, of course, with Galileo being the jewel of Europe. Then Earth observation reconnaissance, and Greece has been in 2014 the first country to get a Copernicus mirror site from the European Space Agency, and now it has been expanded. Space surveillance and tracking, we're engaging and discussing a lot also with CNES and with other partners to become a member of that, of the EU. Then we're looking into the different things for applications, and particularly we have recently inaugurated the Business Incubation Center managed by Coralia, and then in the applications area there are a number of different activities. I will focus more on the connectivity because if you have connectivity, you have everything else in a way. The center is what we have, which is the GovSatcom, which is operational since 2019, as we heard. And then we try on a step-by-step approach to gather and be present in all European activities and build our strategy around it. So we are participating in the EU Entrusted project, which is going to get the user requirements for the GovSatcom system of the Union, and we will be together with France and other partners making a demonstration between our systems and together with our Ministry of Defense. Then the EU GovSatcom Hub, that it is the next part which we are very keen in engaging. We have also aligned our activities at the European Space Agency, like the 4S. This has been a call which I think some of you have responded and participated in order to enhance our GovSatcom system. And we're currently designing our 5G program for pooling and sharing activities between a blend of space and terrestrial. And then, of course, the EuroQCI connectivity. Many of you might not know, this is the architecture of our GovSatcom system in a very simple way. We have Elasat 3 and 4. The hub is which is Elasat 3 and 4 is operated by the national operator Elasat. And then the hub itself is in the premises of the Greek military. And it is every single minister, if you have a chance to visit minister secretary generals, they have on their desk a satellite phone, which makes the secure communications. I'm not going to talk about what our defense ministry is doing. We're watching very closely and we engage to all major European activities. Our minister was one of the first ones to sign the EuroQCI. We see it together, and also engaged in ESA programs like Skylight. We watch our friends. We heard also Lionel talk about what is happening at the international scene and the competition that is coming there, and how important it is for us and also China to engage in a more European way. And of course, Commissioner Breton, in his response, talks about connectivity, and we very much support this initiative and look into that. Our STEP approach has also brought Greece into receiving other countries and other companies that have interest. We have a very good geopolitical location and good weather conditions. So KSAT announced to make the world's first commercial optical ground station in Greece in 2020, and they're progressing very well in that. The European Space Agency chose Greece due to its nice weather conditions and the capabilities of the observatory, which is a 2.3 meters telescope. It is the largest one in the Central Eastern Europe, and it is the second largest one in Europe overall. So it's a jewel. It's already connected with fiber connections. And we had the first tests already, as the Secretary General said, with I will try to make the video play, where you can see a blip in terms of the connection with AlphaSat of the telescope. In the activities that we are making into the EuroQCI and this facility, we're inviting our European partners, including France, to engage if they want to work with us on QKD test beds on the terrestrial side as well, since there will be some calls coming out from the Union very recently for that. We talked about 2 more telescopes in order to connect. Greece has a lot of mountainous activity, so you cannot be bringing fiber everywhere. You have the possibility potentially to connect the north and the south, also additionally with telescopes. This is another part. This is an overall architecture where basically we're looking at as a building block to have in the center the GovSatcom, which we're going to enhance further with keys for EuroQCI and also for bringing in additional satellites to be connected. MEO LEO, this is a question that it is open. And for sure it would need to be connected with our LASAT satellites 3 and 4. So you have the signals coming down to the optical ground stations, keys, and then to have the possibility to enhance the current. On the left side, you see the current GovSatcom system, the civilian part and the military one. And we're looking into our architecture with the different forces in Greece, the different blue forces, we're designing together with them the overall architecture for the EuroQCI blending space and terrestrial parts. You can see Helmos, so you need repeaters every about 100 kilometers. And then the target is to bring it to Athens and to other cities in order to enhance the secure connectivity. So for us, the EuroQCI is providing the possibility to enhance further the GovSatcom system. The Greek connectivity for the small satellites, we have part of ELAS of Greece 2 announced the RFI with a multi-purpose activity, but primarily to be part of connectivity, bringing together GovSatcom, EuroQCI, and providing national needs. Here is the mosaic of where we're putting in all the different blocks. We have the National Microsatellite Project. Many of you have seen this a year and a half ago. Now almost all the blocks are there. In reality, the one we are designing right now is the 5G one. Then we also talked about Festos, and in the later panel you will hear specific activities for that as well. And bringing in European, ESA and national activities in one mosaic in terms of bringing things forward. So on a step-by-step approach with a motto Space for the Digital Transformation, we're making very, very carefully and designing our steps, and we're looking forward to work with all of you for the materialization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Yiannopoulos. So I understand that you are building new satellites and that you are looking for collaboration academically and with maybe French companies. Thank you. Lionel Touchet, it's your turn, Chief Operator Officer of CNET. You have a presentation or we can talk like that? Okay, great. So we heard Mrs. Yiannopoulos to talk about those programs that Greece is participating, those European programs. There's many programs in Europe now, there's 5 or 6. How the CNS is participating in those programs?
Yes, thank you. As I said, Europe is not an option, is a must. So we have to work within Europe, of course with ESA, the European Space Agency, and CNES is responsible for national programs in France, but also represents the French government in ESA. So it's a way to have a coordination, perfect coordination with ESA about the programs we promote at ESA level and the ones we do at bilateral level for national purposes. So this is the first thing. For European aspects and with the Commission, we have close links to work with them first to push space at European level, and we had very good news last year about that, and an increase of the political at the European level, taking into account that CNES, that space is more and more strategic, and it is very important, and we push a lot for that. Then we have to advise European Commission also. They work with their member states and with all the agencies around the world. We have a very strong agency in France, CNES, the same size of ESA approximately, and so it's important to have the capacity to advise the politicians about the space endeavors and how to deal with the space system and space aspects. And also we push a lot to place our industry at worldwide top level. It is very important because all the success of the European program, I mean Copernicus, Galileo, first of them, then we talk about connectivity, it is very linked to the level of our industry. We have in Europe an industry at top level in the world. And we have to know that. As I said, China now, the United States put a lot of money on the table and they go fast. And we have to do the same in order to be present in the future. But at the moment, we have to be aware that we are at the top level. And that's very important. So we push a lot also for technical aspects to help our industry to be present and to be at top level, which is very important for Europe.
So you think that there's a European capacity for countries like France and Greece to have a synergy altogether to build a European
Yes.
high-level program, right?
There are capacity for sure between France and Greece, between France and other European countries. And as I said, now it's not something we have to wonder if we do, if we don't, etc. We need to. If we don't do that, in the coming years, we will be not in the key players in the world about space, and it is not to be the key player in the world, to be the key player. It's very important, as I said, for the future of our societies, because tomorrow space will answer a lot of questions in all the activities of economic domain, and if we are not part of that, others will do it and not European.
You talked about this program Copernicus. It's a program that everybody in the rest of the world is kind of jealous of this European program. How do you explain that? Is that different? And this is why the other countries are jealous?
It's a big, not a chance, it's a big vision of Europe. Okay. First, to understand that our Earth is very important. Other countries put a lot of money, and it's good also, we could talk about that, on exploration, to go far from Earth. And in Europe, we have had a priority to take care of the Earth and to observe the Earth from space. And from the very beginning, so it includes science, and we have developed a lot Earth sciences in Europe and in France in particular, but not only. And so this knowledge of Earth science is very important for the success of Copernicus. And developing Earth sciences or scientific ask for challenging missions with challenging instruments to observe Earth. And when I say Earth, I think the atmosphere, the ground, and the seas, in all the wavelengths. And we have developed, for scientific purpose, at the beginning, very, very accurate and again, worldwide top-level instruments to observe Earth from France with our industry. And so from science, we push our industry to be at the top level. And after that, when Europe took that and say it's a priority for Europe to take care of the Earth from space and to develop a huge program, we had everything on place. Scientific community, knowing what to do from space for scientific studies of the Earth, and industry, knowing what to do to build these very challenging instruments. And then it is the success of Copernicus.
You also, like this program of Copernicus, there's also maybe programs that Greece is a part, also like SSA and STM. Maybe European Commission should make a flagship program on that, right?
STM is another topic which is growing and more important. You know, we are doubling the number of satellites in some years, and with nanosats. Yes. A lot of nanosats have no propulsion, so they are debris by themselves. And so it is very important to work on a sustainable space activities, and it is a must for tomorrow. And it goes through the space traffic management system, very efficient. And what is very challenging, it is at worldwide level, once again, because a lot of people make the parallel with plane traffic management. It's not the same. You can be safe on your country if you have a good plane traffic management, and let others do what they want. If they take risk, it is their problem. You can say my plane won't fly here, but it's okay. But satellites is not the same at all. Satellites are everywhere. And so the space traffic management is a challenge at world level. Maybe one of the most important challenge for tomorrow at worldwide level. And we have to begin in Europe.
Voilà.
So we have to show to the world that we begin strongly in Europe with the member states, and we are building a solid, robust system for our space traffic management. We do it in France. We need that in France, and we developed capacities in France for our satellites to make maneuvers of our satellites in front of debris, to know exactly what is the space situation. It is also a dual problem, because military, for tomorrow, the military space system will need this space situation awareness, the SSA. And we have to build it at European level. So with our European colleagues, we have the presidency of EU SAST, the space traffic management at the European level. Soon Greece will join that, and we are very happy about that. And so we are going on building that at European level. It's very important for the future.
You said that it's very important to build it at a European level, but I saw that France is taking the presidency of European Union at the 1st of January of 2022. So it will be a priority. I saw that some programs will be a priority, the space program, right?
The space traffic management will be one of the priority, yes, for sure.
So you will contribute to that as a CNES, right?
Yes, for sure. The consolidation of Copernicus is very important, because we had built the best in the world Constellation for Earth observation. We don't have to stop now, and we are working on new generation, so it is very important. Galileo the same. We have this navigation system, very powerful, and we have to work on the next generation. But connectivity and space traffic management are also the future endeavor. So you will
put that in a European topic on your presidency. Sure. That's very interesting. Okay, maybe last question. The French ecosystem who linked to the business. Maybe you can take a... have a word about that. I know that you like it.
Yes, and it's very important, and we worked a lot on that in the last 2 years to develop, as I said, the link between non-space at the beginning, non-space and space domains. Because, as I said, we have worked for the very beginning with two main communities, scientific communities and defense community. In France, we have a dual model, so CNES is working both with these two communities from the very beginning. And we know very well scientific working with space. We have worked with them for the beginning. Military people working with space, we have known them from the very beginning. But now, as I said, space is answering questions for fisheries, agriculture, land management, tourism, health, and so on. And how to work with that? We don't know them. We don't know these communities. And it was a new job for us as a space agency to make the links with these communities, to show them how space can answer their question, not to give them a big expose about space, satellites, and so on, but working on their problems, their job, their works. What is your problem? And then to make them know that space is answering a lot of their question. Non-space a lot. Usually data, space data linked to in-situ data and other data with the digital revolution may now answer a lot of questions in all the domains. And it is a new job for us to work with these communities and to work services with them.
You work with a lot of startups, right? Maybe around 50 startups are working. So there's maybe a role of governmental agencies like Mrs. Papas were talking about.
In 5 years ago, we had 1-2 startups every 2 years growing in France. Now we have 50 startups every year, new startups in France, for services, but also for infrastructure in space. So we have to deal with that, and we have to promote that. It is ideation, and then help them to grow. This is incubation, acceleration, funding, and it is a very, very important role we play now in France for developing that.
Thank you, Mrs. Chile. You have to deliver a speech, or you want to do it after Mrs. Ifaki? Are we done? Okay, good.
No, it's okay.
Professor, your turn.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. I would like to say that I have lived in France for 50 years. I have created a lab there with very strong connections with the defense industry. We started with Airbus. We have developed the fly-by-wire technology for Airbus. No, at the time it was called Aerospatiale. And so I know very well the French landscape. And also in Greece, I had some responsibility in the management of research because I've been the president of the National Council for Research and Technology for 2 years only. So I'm delighted to participate to this meeting, and I think that it's nice to observe this convergence that should have happened many years ago. Now I'm going to deliver a very general talk. I'm not a specialist of space. I'm going to talk about the technology challenge. And the technology challenge is common to many areas, to space, to automotive, to avionics. And I would like to start with this slide that shows technological convergence between computing and different sectors of economy, and I let you contemplate this, the evolution over the years. So today the vision is strong AI, the Internet of Everything. We talk about autonomous systems, and you see the evolution, how computing has been diffusing, and this convergence between computing, telecommunications, electromechanical systems, and any kind of systems and the sector of activity. So this slide probably you have seen. It's about the IoT, the Internet of Things. No need to say more about that. The vision here is to develop intelligent systems and make them collaborate. And of course, space will play an important role in this coordination. And what I would like to emphasize is that the Internet of Things, in fact, has two aspects. One that is what we call the human Internet of Things, that is a mere improvement of the Internet as we know it today, and the industrial Internet of Things, where the important keyword is autonomy. And so the challenge for me today is how to build cost-effectively autonomous systems, and this is what I'm going to discuss very, very briefly. So, what are autonomous systems? Autonomous systems are intelligent systems that emerge from the need to replace human agents by computers. And these systems are very different from gameplay in robots. Okay, there's very intelligent systems. They should manage dynamically many conflicting goals. They should interact with unpredictable cyber-physical environments, and also they should harmoniously collaborate with human agents. This is very important for space. NASA, they have coined this term symbiotic autonomy. And the challenge today is to move from systems, from weak artificial intelligence to strong artificial intelligence. That's a challenge. Let me try to explain the difference between automation and autonomy, because there is a lot of confusion. So I'm considering here 5 different types of systems: a thermostat, an automatic train shuttle. You can see this. All the systems interact with their environment, produce some service or play a certain game. And unfortunately, I don't have the animation because they show the PDF for some reason. So this is a comparison of the characteristics of these systems, the environment, the stimuli, and the goals they meet. So a thermostat is a very simple system, or a shuttle, also very simple system. Design such systems. Common characteristic is that you can figure out what are the possible configurations. You can build static controllers. The problem becomes much harder for the chess robot, because here you have to dynamically plan. You don't know, you have too many configurations, you don't know how to schedule this statically, and of course the game becomes much harder for soccer robot and the robocar. And so in order to build these intelligent systems, you need AI. You need AI for situation awareness and to understand what happens in your environment, and you need AI for decision making. If you don't use AI, you cannot build autonomous systems. Now, the problem with AI, that is a well-known problem, is that AI systems are not explainable. So everybody talks about explainability in AI, and I would like to show this difference because it's very important to understand what happens today in modern systems engineering. On the left, you have a neural network. On the right, you have a traditional computer. So a neural network is trained to solve a problem. By training, so you have massive data and you train it. So this is the database knowledge. And the computer is programmed. So you are using algorithms, and this makes a big difference. Where is the big difference between traditional systems engineering and the new kind of systems engineering we have to deal with? Traditional systems engineering, you can verify. You can check what you are doing. There are standards and there are rules. For instance, if you design, say, we have designed flight controllers, you can guarantee that the reliability 10 to the minus 9 failures per hour. For AI-enabled systems, you cannot do that. And here this slide shows the difference between scientific knowledge and the knowledge you produce with neural nets. So scientific knowledge, you do an experiment, you are Galileo, and you observe that there is proportionality between force and acceleration. Now, you want to train a neural net to distinguish between cats and dogs. But what you do, you have an experiment. This is empirical knowledge. You have a guy here that labels images of cats and dogs, and then you train the neural net, and you have something that recognizes cats from dogs. But the problem is that you have non-explainability. There is no model for cats and dogs. Okay, that's the problem. So let me talk a bit about system engineering issues that are important also in space industry. So this is an old slide I've been showing for more than 20 years now. There is this separation between, I have worked on critical systems. So critical systems are systems whose failure can cause damage, etc. And then you have best effort systems, or the internet platforms, you know, and you have mission critical systems. So what are the differences? Safety critical systems, I have worked on that, are small systems. Their development costs a lot of money. And the difference are here in the numbers. 10 to the minus 9 reliability for a civilian aircraft, for an Airbus. 10 to the minus 6 for a rocket, even if it is a manned flight. And 10 to the minus 4. What it means in terms of numbers. If you want to increase the reliability of these systems by 1 order of magnitude, this implies exponential increase of the costs. And that's the problem today. And in avionics, there is this famous law, it's called Augustine's law. This is a slide from DARPA, okay, the agency that funds military research in the United States, that shows this exponential explosion. People have, in particular DARPA, they have been very, very concerned about this law. And the answer to this is this. So this guy, Elon Musk, he was successful in that. He said, oh, how to cope with complexity? Let's make things modular. So he made things modular. He spent a lot of money on that. He has taken risks, but apparently it works. Of course, the reliability you get with SpaceX is not the reliability of monolithic launchers. But, okay, it works. Or more or less it works. There are a lot of problems to be solved, and I hope you understand this idea of modularity. And this is, again, a slide from a DARPA project. I was involved on the scientific board of this project, where the idea is to have the technology to build, okay, this is vehicles, or this is an amphibian vehicle, to build vehicles from components. So you have libraries of components, you compose components, and you build your vehicle, and that's an extraordinary idea. Of course, this raises some very important questions. This one, so you see, 20 years ago, we had embedded components. So a computer interacting with an environment, like in a flight controller. Today, we want with CubeSats, with reusable space shafts, to have something where computers are more tightly integrated with their environment. And this leads to this concept of cyber-physical system. I have worked on that 20 years ago. And this idea takes different forms. For instance, here what I show is the idea to extend the 3D printing to produce artifacts, to produce engines. For instance, you have a CAD system, a CAD system, and you can give all the geometrical specifications of an engine, and then you can give the physical properties, and you can add the sensors, and you can run your virtual prototype. And if you are happy, then you can send this model to be printed out in some factory, in some smart factory. So these are ideas that are around now for years, and people are working at that. This is another same idea applied to cars. So you design your car, you build the virtual model, and you send it to a smart factory. And this is the extreme idea where, as a user, you can compose your own car and send it to a smart factory. Okay, so let me try to conclude by a few words about international collaboration. Technological convergence is a catalyzer for a global convergence that happens in the context of global development. And now people realize that the problems are so complex and so large that we need collaboration. So everybody agrees on that. And I will not explain what are the advantages from international scientific and technical collaboration. We observe that the big companies now invest in regional and national ecosystems. We have in Europe a famous example that is Barcelona's technological hub. I know the story from the beginning. So this is a natural evolution. And I like this idea, and I would like to discuss this here because I believe that for the kind of collaboration you are anticipating, this is a very important idea. This is using digital platforms. Using digital, what is a platform? A digital platform is a common infrastructure. So we've seen digital platforms service for retail platforms. These are very well known, but also technical platforms. And the platform allows international collaboration between partners under the leadership of the owner of the platform, of course. And this creates platform-based ecosystems, and I'm not going to detail on this, but what I'm saying is obvious here: new ways of internationalization, new ways of building knowledge, new ways of creating and delivering values, and this is something I hope you understand. And now it's time for me to conclude and say that Greece, for this meeting, Greece can be for France a partner of choice, of course, and for obvious reasons. So I'm pushing at open doors by giving this list of items here. And I think that all the conditions are in place for setting up a fruitful, innovative, and lasting cooperation in the area of space and telecommunications. And as I said in the beginning of my talk, this should have happened a long time ago, but it's never too late to do the right thing. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Mrs. Yanov-Papa, you just heard Professor Sifaki and Mr. Lunes-Touchet. Mr. Touchet was saying that it was interesting that governments adopt now the space programs as a must-be and not as a political discussion. And Professor Sifaki is talking of this needed to of modularity. And I was wondering, because I was hearing a few days ago Thomas Pesquet, which is a French astronaut, and he was saying that it's like aviation. I mean, at the beginning it was only military, then for expert, like very trained, then for rich people. The professor was talking about Elon Musk and those rich games, and then it opened to a large public. Is that why, is the vision also for space? But Thomas Pesquet was saying that maybe it will go that way and it's not that bad at the end of the day, and you will do New York, Paris in 30 minutes via space. Is that why the government and like your government decided to embrace that and to adopt all those programs?
I think that what we have heard also from Lionel as well as from Professor Sifakis is that what actually happens in the space domain is indeed we are at a cutoff. It's basically the change of the old space era where space was basically for very few nations and for governments mainly, to a new space era where you go to modularity, where you go to mass production, which was not the case so far, and you go to a new space where basically everyone that has had, let's say, the old space in their mind does not necessarily mean that they will manage to survive in the new space area, where you have new actors coming in. You have a lot more governments coming in, very small ones which have no experience at all. You have the billionaires coming from the United States, which we do not have necessarily in Europe, but okay, we can compensate as governments by stepping in and also at the European level. But you also have a lot of things taking place in a modular way with components off the shelf, with less standardizations. We have seen that in the United States with NASA and strict protocols that also the European Space Agency has make difficulty in order to innovate. So if you abolish all that and you don't have these restrictions and you're a newcomer, then you have the possibility to do things in a different way out of the box. And we have seen in the history of industry that if you were a strong industry in the past does not mean necessarily you will be a strong industry in the future. And now space is accessible to everyone. People can make satellites at the back of their yard by just putting in components off the shelf, which means that there is a lot that we're going to see, and the landscape tomorrow will not be as the landscape we know it now. And this is why we, for European non-dependence as governments, we have to ensure that we support to be there also tomorrow. Our industries have to be there also tomorrow. In the area of telecommunications, Europe used to be the most competitive one in the world, and we need to maintain to be there also in the future.
Yes, but you say that Europe used to be. Do you agree with what Mrs. Yanopapa is saying, and Professor Sifaki was saying that it's not too late for the government, but is it going fast enough? Because we have the impression that everybody is going very fast.
No.
No? Of course not.
We have to go faster, but what I just question with what said Christina is this opposition between old space and new space. I don't like it, and I just want to correct it, because it is just the evolution of space. As I said, what we did in space for science, for defense, is today more and more important also. And the way we did it and the industry we built in Europe to make this space, which is not old, is still very relevant. Just the thing is that we enlarge the possibilities with newcomers, new methodology, and we develop the system. But it's not something that we put in the garbage to build another one. And this is very important to have that in mind. The space is evolving a lot, and it's an evolution, and a rapid evolution. Someone speak about revolution, but not something a page you turn like on the book. This is very important. And about billionaire, yes, I was discussing with NASA at the beginning when they made this parallel with planes, and they were saying that, as you said, at the beginning, planes were mainly military purpose. Then some billionaire made them race to be the first to be there and to be there.
It was expert then, and then it was
and then it came to the public domain, and they did this parallel, and so they developed special prices, X price and so on in the States, to develop this initiative from billionaire. But it is you need to have this billionaire with this view, and this view on techniques and on that. We have some billionaires in Europe. We have some. In France, we have some billionaires. They built a museum in France.
Not bad.
It is very important also. Culture is important. We can't say opposite, but it doesn't help a lot. But for us, but on the other side, we have business men and women. We have people ready to take risk. We have people who understand business, and we have a strong industry. And with the help of government and institutional at institutional level, we can do a lot, even if we don't have the same billionaire that in the States.
May I make a comment?
Sure. Before giving a question to the audience.
Yes, okay. So there are billionaires with visions and billionaires without visions. Okay, that's all the difference. Okay, and if you have billionaires with visions that take the risk and you see the result, okay, then they will win. And this is the problem. I mean, the challenge today is how to use as quickly as possible, as effectively as possible, all the new technologies, and I mentioned them. So one idea is, so we're not going to discuss if this is a revolution or an evolution, but things are changing very fast. And I see also, I know very well what happens in China, in the United States. Things are changing very fast. So if we stay with old ideas, we will be completely surpassed. So what I want to say is that one problem is how is modularity, certainly, how to have this flexibility, but still the problem is not solved, and here we need a lot of innovation, because if you compose modules, you see that the reliability of XP is not the reliability of monolithic launchers, but he has so many margins, cost margins, that he can play the game still, he can survive. And then I think AI will be something, a game changer. And you mentioned the problem of traffic management of satellites. Okay, I think their AI can help a lot. And all these new technologies together. We should move fast and integrate all the innovation, all the new ideas, and take, of course, the risk. It's not only a matter of money.
Maybe you have some question in the audience. You have a microphone, but please decline your identity before, because it's on the streaming. No? Not any question? Okay. So I have a question with Professor Sifaki. You said that AI and programs can help, but do we need a political will for that, for going faster? Or a collaboration, like we said, between France and Greece and European countries?
Yes, okay. I mean, here I think the governments and the EU should play a role. If I compare the attitudes of the administration, so if you see the attitude of agencies in the United States, they are much more permissive. And in Europe, we are much more strict. So take the example of autonomous cars. Okay, you may think whatever you want about Tesla and all the risks they are taking, but they have decided that they don't apply the standard certification of cars as critical systems. So they apply self-certification in avionics, in car industry, and also in medical devices, which changes the game, because you are free to move. Of course, you are taking some risks. Also, this involves the liability of the manufacturers. Tesla had problems with that, or other companies. But they want, as they say, to get the technology into the streets, okay? I mean, to have the technology and I find that EU is much more conservative on that register. And this may be a problem. Also, the Chinese are taking a lot of risks about that, are more permissive. And of course, in Europe, we have this precautionary principle that is applied. I mean, it's in the legislation, and this implies a different attitude, okay? But we should find the right compromise.
Lionel Suchet or Christina Yanopapa, do you agree with what Professor Sifaki is saying? It's too too slow? Maybe we should push all those obstacles and break them to go faster?
I think that this is where we come to evolution or revolution. It is a matter of a choice between governments, amongst us, whether or not we want to slowly push our system in order not to disturb the different situations and try to put in the non-space developed, fast developing technologies in a progressive way. Or we want to allow new players, the so-called new space companies, to let them a little bit more free, more loose, to provide the new rules of the game, as the United States has done with SpaceX, with Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin, and other type of companies. The balance of evolution and revolution for a government is to ensure that what you have, you maintain and help it adapt, and at the same time that you look for yourself for new niche markets, which the space sector is making the parallel, as you mentioned before, for the aviation. It's a mature space sector nowadays. It is, and thus, since it is a mature space sector, the governments can take a little bit hands off and allow the private initiatives to make the new rules of the game in a free market.
But how does that work? You said before that you were looking for collaboration because you're building some new satellites. Do you need the guarantee of the European Union? Do you need the okay of the European Union to go on? Or you can just choose and pick some French companies, for example, and work with them directly?
I think that, as we also heard from our Secretary General before, there are some needs that our government as government has. And if the governmental needs are also matched with the entrepreneurial activities and the commercial interest of companies, then you have the best win-win situation. And in that case, you have the possibility to make new collaborations. I think in France, having been one of the traditional and the first spacefaring nations, we have a lot to learn. They can partner with us, having the possibility to be a little bit more free than the restricted ways of doing things as a new space era engagement, and then you can have the best possibility for partnership between Greece and France to be able to go further and to work together also with the Union and with the other member states for bringing Europe at the top in anything we do.
Yes, but my question was, is it fast enough?
We have been, I think, actually quite fast as a nation. In the past 2 years, we passed by law the national priorities. We made a national strategy. We set up a big. We engage in the connectivity. We make our initiatives to work on space traffic management and into SST, and we have set up our RRF. So, being small as a country and having the will, we managed to move quite fast. Also, I think, compared to other countries,
Sure.
And we are looking to France to support and help further building.
We do a lot, but our job is also to say to the politicians, to our industry, who are not go too fast. We have to go faster, and this is our job also, because the endeavors are so huge that we have to go faster.
Which are the keys to go?
For instance, I just want to go back on the risk aspect
of
and
Professor Sfaki, yes?
the link with the risk. This is very important. It's not only in Europe. It is very linked to space domain. In space, when we develop a system for some billions, you launch it and you can't touch it again. You can't repair it. It's not a car. You have no garage to bring by your satellite. And so we have developed all around the world, and the States in first, some quality aspect, which are very developed, very huge system of quality. The principle is to avoid risk. And the main job of a project manager is to cut every branch of his project which is risky, and to avoid every risk. So it's very good to build a very robust satellite and a very robust system. And as I said, when you build a system for 2, 3, 5 billion euros, it's necessary. But it's not good at all for innovation. Innovation is risk. And so we have to work on this methodology itself to, maybe not in this huge system, but in other systems, in demonstrators, in smaller systems, to allow risk and to make the specification and the quality system different. It is one of the challenges we are working on, and which can be good for all the industry.
But I'm trying to understand, is there enough collaboration between European agencies, between them?
Oh yes, the collaboration is good between European industry. What I fear, to be very frank, is that because of the huge challenge we have in front of us and the strategic aspect of space, that even inside Europe it is a big danger that we have competition taking part inside Europe. Each country wants to be the first or the one to master this domain or this other one. This is a main risk, and we have to avoid the risk. Now the cooperation is good. I see some beginning of that risk growing in Europe, inside Europe, and it's not good at all, because as I said, the competition must be against the United States, the China, India, and the big players in the world we have today. And as Europe, we need cooperation. Cooperation doesn't avoid competition. As I said, we must have competition, but on the concept itself of the mission, we may have a huge competition, and then when we have the good idea, the one who gains the competition, then we have to put our resources together to build the system, because it earns a lot of money, and we don't have the possibility in Europe to do it by ourselves.
So you have so the agencies are collaborating, right? But maybe you need a political will to stay European and not being in a competition.
It's never over. It's not because we are very good in cooperation now that it will be the same tomorrow. And things are moving very fast. So we have to be very careful about that, I think. It's very important for Europe.
You agree? Yeah, Papa?
I would say that for sure for Europe, united in diversity, it is the first and most important things. And the European independence cannot be achieved without the close collaboration between the nations in the European Union. We see that space is actually a global common. It is something that, especially if we launch all the time satellites, we need to ensure that we will have in the future access to it, that we will have a European infrastructure. No nation alone can build in the European Union. We cannot afford to have, let's say, all member states having a constellation of their own, because that would not be cost efficient. There you go to the cost efficiency and the systems engineering at the European global level. And this is why partnerships between France and Greece, for example, are very important in order to ensure the global systems engineering perspective, to maintain our competitive advantages in Europe, and to maintain that we have access to it and our industries are strong and competitive in the different things, while catering for the specific national needs each one of us has.
Can you an example, a concrete example, again about a launcher? I'm sorry, it's not the purpose today, but it is an important example. I told you about Ariane 5 and Ariane 6. We built together in Europe. For the future launchers, Germany, for instance, decided to launch initiative at the startup level to develop micro and maybe mini launchers. It's good, and maybe we will do the same, and we have to do the same at concept level to make this competition, to know who is the best to prepare the future. But once we decide one solution, I think we have to be back together to build this solution, because if we began to build 3 different launchers within Europe, it's no way, and we go nowhere.
Sure. You have a microphone next to you. There's a microphone next to you. I just need your name, and Professor Fick, I want you to answer after. Your name, please. Sorry.
My name is Matthews. I'm the director of Coralia. I think that at this point, Europe has a fantastic asset, which is very important for artificial intelligence. It's the many, I would say, mentalities of the people. We are 27 countries with different mentalities. Artificial intelligence needs ideas from different countries, from different people. So we should, this collaboration principle is a very important principle, not only for two countries, but it's important for all the countries of Europe. I think every big country, Germany, France, I would say Italy, Spain, and so on and so forth, they should strive to go to other countries, not take the people from the other countries to their own country, because the mentality works only in his own country. So I think if a German comes to Greece, he gains from the mentality of Greece. I have been to, I studied in Germany, I taught in Canada, I'm back in Greece. I think that the mingling of people, we should look into that. It's not happening. And this is the beauty of Europe, Other countries, America is using all the mentalities around the world. We don't. And this should be the future of Europe. I think Europe is very important, I would say, point to do it. Without that, we will not be able to compete America or China. We are at a breaking point. Thank you.
Professor Stefaki, do you want to answer?
Yes. Talking about the European policy and the way Europe elaborates its policy, I think the policy should not be just the union of the needs of the state members, Should be something more than that. I think that in Europe we have a deficit of vision. This is for sure. And also you have other attitudes that you can see in different sectors. You gave an example. Some countries play their own game separately, and there is no enough synergy. And this is something that I work now on autonomous cars, self-driving cars, and it's clear that a country like Germany plays its own game because they feel strong enough and they play their own game. It's not a judgment of value about the German attitude, but it's a pity that in Europe we don't have a strong enough vision that mobilizes all the synergies in some harmonious manner. And this is missing, and the vision is missing. If you see what the Chinese are pursuing today, or the Americans, you see that there is a deficit of vision, definitely, in Europe. That's a pity. Sorry for being pessimistic, but this is the way I understand it.
Okay, you have a question?
Yes, just a remark and maybe a provocation.
Just your name, please. Sorry.
Yes, I will do, don't worry. I'm Patrick De Frano, and Thales country director based here in Greece. I will react to the remark of Christina about the technology and as well Lionel about the billionaires doing museum in France. We see in some ways that until now space has been maybe during the last 60 or 30 years a question of government funding, a question of sovereignty, a question of space agency, national industry. And in some way, Christina, you mentioned that on the technology side, you are moving from our traditional industry and technologies on maybe to new space and very open technology. You mentioned, Lionel, with some kind of provocation about the billionaires, that there are new billionaires investing in the space domain. So how do you see the future of the space environment? Is there in some way two business model? One is purely governmental or sovereignty, and the one which is more business commercial side. How do you see the cohabitation of this technology model, of this business model in the future, which is in some way very impressive, especially when we see this billionaire in the space domain?
For sure, there won't be two different models. There will be one, and as I said, is an evolution of the model, which can take advantage of what is going on with people taking risk, as I said, investing their money, building new system with new methodology and so on. You well know that in our big industry doesn't see the startups as another thing, far from them, and they don't want to work with them and so on. You are working together in close cooperation. You are doing your own startup inside your company for some purposes, and it is very important. So it is one model evolving in a good way, which is necessary for the space challenges today, which is necessary because, as I said, we go out of a pure state domain, as you said, entering a new open economic model, but we are entering all together in this new economic model, taking into account that space domain, science. We have a wonderful mission in Europe, the best in the world, with cosmic vision at ESA level, and defense. Defense, we have now the Armée de l'air et de l'espace in France. It is more and more important. So all this is going together with new methodology, with new possibilities, but it's not two models different. It's one model, and it is very important, and you know that, and we build it as one model, not as two different models. It's very important.
I fully agree with what Lionel said, and to add that it's not different models. It is a matter, I would not use the word duality, I will use the word multi-purpose. We move to a multi-purpose situation where you are going to have the government and the commercial sector working closely hand in hand. Because again, the money is not infinite, it is finite, and the needs are specific, whether they're catering very heavy defense-related needs or they're catering remote areas in islands and so on. So there you have the multi-purpose need. In particularly when it comes to also at the European level, the collaboration, as Lionel said, the example of you have the traditional big companies and the small companies, you also have, let's say, the traditional large nations which are very, very large in the activities they do, and you have the small nations that can help provide agility. So it's a matter of working again together and providing agility in ensuring that our evolution in Europe is faster. These are ways where we can achieve to become faster, because the smaller you have, like new ideas have to be brought in, and the best way is through agility and through working together with the different actors and seeing it as a complete ecosystem with multi-purpose actors and multi-purpose activities.
Thank you, Mrs. Gina. Professor Sfaikis? You want the microphone?
Yes, I'm not going to discuss if it's a new model, it's an old model, it's a revolution, it's not a revolution. The key idea is the following. There are some technological challenges. They are very well identified. Okay, let me consider one. Modularity in space. What do we do in Europe? What do the Chinese? What do the Americans? No matter where the money comes from. You don't need amounts of money to try to solve some problems. There is also some questions of basic research that are involved. For instance, the problem of Ariane 5, the first flight, it exploded because of a modularity problem, because we used a system that goes for Ariane 4 inside, and you don't have composability of features. So this is a modularity problem. So this one, well-identified problem. The second problem is how we use all the AI-enabled technologies in space. That's a very important question, okay? What we are doing for that, very concretely, no matter where the money comes from. I think we should have a vision, we should have a roadmap, and we have excellent engineers in Europe. I mean, if I try a comparison I know Airbus engineers. I know from many companies. I try a comparison with engineers of American companies, okay, of the same sector. I think that European engineers are much better. So we have very good engineers. We have strong points. So let's build on these strong points to transform the advantage and the gain. And that's we should take the risk and have a vision. I think identify the problems and try to solve the problems.
Thank you, Professor. General Secretary, you had a comment?
Okay. I would just like to make a comment or share some thoughts with you that I believe that will help our discussions in the future as we imagine it. I agree with you, first of all, that Europe does not have any vision. Not yet. I agree with you that we need to work closely together. On the other hand, during the National Hellenic Exposition in Thessaloniki, we met people with vision. We met small teams of students, university students, that they built their own microsatellites, design, they built their own rockets and engines. We have met recently young students, university again, that developed their own AI algorithms to detect and actually protect our forests from fires. We have seen it with our own eyes. There is no one just that they told me that these things exist. We saw them. What I want to say, we might not have a clear vision of what we want Europe to do. Some others do have it. We need to involve them to these discussions. We, with Christina and in this government, we took a decision regarding the new space era, that we are willing to take the risk. In Greece, we all know the economic situation due to recent years is not the best that it could be, but we decided to take the risk. I believe we should all take the risk together. In Greece, we decided to open our hands, open all our cards. We are an open book regarding space. As an example, in the EU SST project, that is very crucial for Europe's future in space, Greece is an open book. We want to be, for example, in all work packages in EU SST. Why? We have the assets. We have the ground stations. We have the people that actually can take data and do something with them. Use them, as you very well said, using AI technologies. We have to move towards this direction. I totally agree with you. Not Greece, not France, not Germany by themselves can move forward. We have to compete with giants. And the giants at this moment are United States, China, Russia, and European Union should unite, actually unite in these matters. We are fully compliant with cooperating with all European Union member states. I believe that we should discuss not only in political level, but in middle and lower levels, connect people that share similar visions. That's it from me.
If I may, one question, Yaloris from Pierre Fabre. What about seeing all those ideas, those people full of vision and these incubators that just expect to have the means to grow? Is there a financing need and a financing policy that should be developed at European level? And this is something which is in the plans, and is there any perspective in this direction?
Haha, interesting point. Maybe Christina Papa, you want to answer?
Okay, I think you heard in the speech of the Secretary General before, he said that we have been auctioning the 5G licenses, and 25% of this amount went into a fund in order to ensure that all the new things that they start, they have the possibility to grow. So part of our planning and our design of what the Greek ecosystem can do is end-to-end. So from the policy perspective to putting in the legal instruments as well as the financing instruments. We have taken this step and we have set up first the ESA Big, coming here in Greece with Coralia, so bringing it together. At the same time, we have the new fund which is bringing in 25% of government money, and this will be multiplied by additional investor money, and you will hear in the next panel about it. And this will give the possibility. Again, there are European instruments like the Cassini, like other ones. France has been inspirational in their funds before that I was aware from my old times. And I think that you need that indeed in order to help grow. Of course, the European Investment Bank is also something that, and the European Investment Fund from the European side that can help. But I fully agree with you. You have to have an end-to-end part. Policy, legal instruments, financial instruments, and the possibility to grow.
Lionel Suchet, about the cost. Would you agree, Professor?
I agree that I think.
Can you open just your microphone and it will be the end?
I think I agree with the Secretary General. We have very brilliant people, not only in Greece, in France also. People are very creative. French people are very, very creative. The problem is who takes over, who picks the right ideas and pushes them to some materialization, okay? Makes services, makes products, or makes proof of services of products. That's the problem in Europe. Nobody takes the risk. We don't have the adequate mechanisms to promote new ideas. That's the problem.
Sure. Final word, because there's a coffee break and they're going to kill me.
Thank you. So, coming to Professor Sifakis' idea of the vision, can we build a European neural network of all the countries involved with the vision like Kennedy's Apollo project? This will be the future of Europe. If we have a task which is a uniting task for something fantastic, I don't know how to express it, but fantastic should be, or the visionary should be the word for the European Commission. Too much bureaucracy cannot bring that. We have to allow young people to take advantage of the new technologies which are going, I would say, to infinity. So I think the Europeans should try to see what the new visionary aspect of Europe should be.
So sky is not the limit anymore.
Can I say a final word, because this is very important? Just to give an example. So Star Wars, when we heard about Star Wars, everybody, I mean, specialists laughed at that, because they're ridiculous. But this is a vision, a mobilizing vision. They gave money to the industry, and you had, by side effect, some interesting results. The project I have shown, DARPA project, $300 million. Completely fiction. But if you see the results, I was on the scientific board of this project. If you see the results finally, if you achieve only 10% of the objectives, you are happy.
Thank you all of you, and have a coffee break, and we'll be back in less than 10 minutes. Please. Thank you.
5, NorCal approach, Roger. You'll be leaving the class Bravo and re-entering about 4 more miles. 3965 NorCal approach, Roger. We'll be leaving the class Bravo and re-entering about 4 more miles. Intel approach, you'll be leaving the class Bravo and re-entering about 4 more miles.
Start. Everybody's here. Hello. Hi. So we have Alain Wagner here. We can applaud them. Alain Wagner, VP Marketing and Sales, Head of Institutional Business at Airbus Defence and Space. Oui? Yes, but attends, first I present my panel. Yes. Then Marc-Henri Serre, Vice President of Telecom. 5G Ventures SA, but before starting, and if you can sit just for a couple of minutes, we have this message of Margaritis Kinas, the Vice President of the EU Commission, so we will follow and then you will start, okay? Thank you. If he wants to start, because, you know, till it comes from Brussels, he has a long way.
Filles et filles, chers organisateurs et chers participants, je suis ravi de participer aujourd'hui à ce forum qui traite d'un sujet d'une importance majeure, notamment les opportunités de coopération entre la Grèce et la France dans la nouvelle ère spatiale européenne. Dear friends, in today's globalized world of heightened uncertainties and volatile geopolitical pressures, not only Europe's prosperity and economic competitiveness are at stake. It is also our ability to autonomously source and provide crucial raw materials, technologies and services that are safe and secure for our industry as a whole. And these developments needs to be carefully monitored. And let me be crystal clear. This is not about protectionism. This is about upholding the strategic interests of our European Union and guaranteeing security of supply. As Europe gears up for a more resilient, green and digital recovery, we need, as a union, to maintain a strong industrial and technology presence in key parts of digital and other supply chains, in industrial ecosystems, whilst at the same time safeguarding our ability to access and operate safely in space. In this respect, we at the Commission acknowledge the long historical relationship between the Copernicus program, Greece and France, and want to thank both countries for their active support. In particular, Greece, as a maritime country, is a key operator of the Copernicus marine environment monitoring in the Mediterranean Sea. Greece also benefits from the Copernicus services for maritime security and border surveillance, but also the emergency management service which provides wildfire information to Greek authorities and first responders, as we saw this difficult summer. At the same time, France has set up one of the most powerful Copernicus national infrastructure and has fostered a dynamic market with innovative companies. France also greatly benefits from the various Copernicus services. Allow me now to come to one of our most emblematic actions, namely the EU Secure Connectivity Initiative. Geostrategic challenges pointing to the need for strategic autonomy, the twin transition, competitiveness, and technological non-dependence render the development of a space-based secure connectivity important more than ever. This is a starting point to provide ubiquitous, reliable, cost-effective, ultra-secure connectivity for governments, businesses, and citizens. Steady progress has been made in analyzing technical elements resulting from studies, consultations with stakeholders, so that we can articulate a legislative proposal, which we're aiming to present by early next year. Our member states, the European Parliament, and industry stakeholders are all positively predisposed. Our proposal will include the scope, the governance, and the funding of a space-based connectivity system. And we count with the support of the incoming French presidency in the first semester of next year to advance the legislative process in that regards. Dear friends, another equally important angle is, of course, the Recovery and Resilience Facility. In the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, approved by the Commission this summer, Greece set some very ambitious plans to reach the EU 2025 connectivity objectives and finally bridge the digital divide. The use of space technologies and applications will complement investments for submarine cable interconnection with the main islands, the cross-border 5G corridors, and the installation of fiber optic infrastructure in buildings. The Greek national plan includes also the development of a constellation of small satellites that will support secure connectivity services coupled with multi-purpose applications for Earth observation. Around 200 million euros have been already approved for this purpose. For its part, French industry is leading the Commission-funded study on secure connectivity. And in addition, as part of their Recovery and Resilience National Plan, France will invest 280 million euros on space-related activities. Finally, there are also huge opportunities to be exploited under the so-called Blue Economy Initiative and the maritime applications. The blue economy is undergoing a revolution. As our shipping industry is decarbonizing, fishing and aquaculture move towards more sustainable operations, and offshore renewable energy sets to provide a quarter of our EU electricity by 2050, taking up a quarter of some EU member states' waters. Space technology will certainly underpin this revolution. Small and medium enterprises are the drivers of innovation, and the EU has set up a number of initiatives to help them put new products and new services on the market. The Blue Invest initiative has provided business coaching to over 100 small companies in the blue economy, some of whom use information from space and introduce them to potential investors. A Blue Invest fund of 75 million euros has invested already in 4 venture capital funds specializing precisely in the blue economy. And we are now preparing a follow-up initiative whereby the EU will provide guarantees and equity to the European Investment Fund, which uses these investments together with the EIF capital and from other investors pooling resources to invest in venture capital funds. There are earmarked proportions both for those specializing in the blue economy and for those working with space-related technologies. Dear participants, chers amis, there is one certainty. The EU needs a strong industrial and technological ecosystem, including in space. Progress in digital and industrial technologies will transform the way industry develops, will create new products, new services, and will be central to any sustainable future. It is only by working together that Europe will develop and deploy technologies and reshape our industries and services towards the new reality we are facing together as Europeans. This is the key to ensure that the industry will become the accelerator and the catalyst of this necessary change. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you every success with your conference today.
To comment on this message. Should we start? Your turn. Yes? You have some slides, right?
I have a presentation, yes.
A presentation, okay, good.
Okay, distinguished guests, happy to be here with you. I would like to warmly thank the organization for the superb job, really, and it's a very timely event, very important because connectivity is key to our modern society, and this was exemplified by the COVID crisis. Without connectivity, we could not have managed to overcome this. We are facing growing threats, cybersecurity issues. We are facing more and more man-made and environmental threats. And I believe we need secure and resilient connectivity. And I believe secure and resilient can only be achieved by a space kernel. You need a space component, because whenever there is a disaster, the terrestrial communications are wiped out. So you need a space component. It's really important. And I'm also happy to be here today because we cooperate with many laboratories, with many companies in Greece, in our aerospace business. Not only in aeronautics, we cooperate with many companies in the space business. Next slide, please. A few words about Airbus. So we are a world leader in space. We are mostly known for our planes, but we are also a big satellite player. And we are even present along the whole added value chain, which is still unique in the world. We are present in access to space through Ariane Group. We are present in all types of satellite systems. And we also do added value applications, including, by the way, maritime surveillance, halieutic resource management, and so on. So we are also in the blue economy. Some figures: we made almost 4 billion euros of sales, about 70% in systems and 30% in services. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you very much.
We love your slides. They're very nice.
So, we don't know at Airbus what new space and old space means, because we are serving 50% institutional customers and 50% commercial and export customers. So we prefer to talk about next space. We try to do what matters to the customer, and if we have to do it with a big platform, very expensive alone, we do it. If you have to cooperate with startups, take risks and invest, we do it also. We have been investing in space over the past years in excess of €1 billion of Airbus money in projects like Pléiades Neo. The first satellite were launched recently, and it's about 30-centimeter resolution satellites with a big new cloud and analytics. So it's a complete new way of using Earth observation. Of course, we improve the way space is used and accessed. We design for serial production. We try to have commonalities in our equipment. We try to have serial platforms. And we digitize, we simplify to move beyond. So we don't sell satellite anymore. We propose solutions. And we propose solutions in cooperation with our customer. This is really a new way of doing things, and I prefer to call it next space. Okay. With respect to Earth observation, just one slide. We have a family of products which is already paid in a way. The non-recurring costs are covered. On the left side, we have optical satellites with submetric resolution, the Pléiades Neo, for instance, or also constellations that were developed in cooperation with CNES named CO3D to make digital elevation models, for instance. And on the right side, we have radar platforms, which can be used for night vision, which can be used for digital elevation models, but also for many maritime applications to track the ships, to see where are the winds and the currents, to optimize the fleet and minimize oil consumption. We can also perform some military applications, of course, with such satellites. With respect to the connectivity portfolio, which is plat de résistance of this day, we rely on three pillars. So the first pillar is the Eurostar 3000 Neo family, which is a very flexible satellite on the ground. You can really optimize the satellite before flight. You can design it for internet, you can design it for broadcasting, TV, just over Greece, for instance, or over the neighboring countries. You can select the frequency, X-band, C-band, L-band, whatever you like. And it's very efficient because it's a big, powerful platform, and the cost per bit or per bandwidth is very low. It's very efficient. But you can no longer change it when it's in orbit. If it's designed to broadcast TV over Greece, it will not change its mission over the next 15 or 20 years. Given the uncertainty of the telecom market and the request of some operators, we have developed a complete new product, which is called OneSat. And OneSat is a flexible satellite. When it's in orbit, you can change it. You can modify it. You can change the coverage. You can change the frequencies. So an operator can test a new business model. An operator may say, I want to test internet over the Greek islands. And if it doesn't work, the satellite can be reconfigured in orbit to broadcast television. And if it doesn't work, the satellite can be sold to another operator in the world, because the operator will reshape the satellite, will change the frequency and adapt it. And last but not least, we are involved in Constellation, in mega Constellation. We are part of the consortium studying ESSES, the European Secure Satcom Constellation of the EU, with our partners. And we have designed some platforms. In particular, we have the platform that is used for OneWeb, which was developed in a very risky approach with startups, with a brand new way of designing a production chain. There is one in Toulouse. There are replicas in the US, and they are used to send the OneWeb platforms, the OneWeb satellite to orbit. Of course, we try to have synergies, commonalities between these three pillars, and to optimize with common building blocks. I have a small animation about, a very short animation about OneSat, if you can show it, please. Voila. So the satellites on the left, you can play it? Yeah, okay. The satellites on the left can be stacked to minimize the launch cost. You don't need a dispenser. As you can see in the green spots, you can change the coverage in real time. You can follow the aircraft path to distribute internet on the aircraft, and you can monitor on the ground. These are the right side buttons. You can monitor power, coverage, and change the frequency, all this in real time. And this is really a new way of selling connectivity. And we are not buying market share here, we are buying future share. We are redesigning the whole market with the operator. So it's really a paradigm change in space connectivity. Okay, all these are nice words. What matters are, of course, orders. So this is recapping our main orders. I just would like to stress that we have about 1,000 years of cumulated telecom satellite work without a major glitch. We have very reliable products so far. Space is difficult, it may happen, but so far, 1,000 years of operations without a glitch. So we sold 7 OneSat, so this is a big success story. We sold 5 electrically powered Eurostar 3000. We sold 8 Eurostar Neo satellites, and of course, we contribute to the OneWeb constellation with 648 satellites. I mentioned 6 Galileo because they are relying on the Eurostar platform. So we have delivered over 100 of these satellites over time. So we hope we will be involved in this fantastic Greek and EU projects in a not so distant future. As you can see, we can bring capacity, we can bring expertise in cooperating with Greece and other partners. And I would like to thank you and to show you this nice Pléiade Neo image of your country. And I will keep it very short and stop here.
We direct
Thank you.
Parthenon. Thank you, Alain Wagner. Marc-Henri Serre, Director, Vice President Telecom in Thales Alenia Space.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again for organizing this event, which I think is very important to know each other better and to meet physically. Yes, I will remove my mask. It is better. This is the rules. No, yes, to meet physically in order to think about your future and the way that we can bring capabilities and helps Greek industry grow and execute ambitious program. First of all, I would like to say that space programs are quite unique opportunities to catalyze economical growth, industrial excellence, and also to transform our society. And I'm very pleased to see that Greek government with the RFI that has been issued, and in the frame also on the whole European context, is intending to go to this venture, and I'm sure that this is very promising. So, in a way, we are basically talking about space connectivity in the project that we are tackling. And connectivity is for sure one of the great challenges that we have to tackle over the next years. In modern economy, digital highways are really the backbone of the economy, and COVID crisis show that it is very important to connect people anywhere, anytime. We also realized that geopolitical issues were rising, and for sure secured connectivity is more and more important. And also for industry, we see like 5G, IoT are main challenges that can be solved through space assets. And for sure, another important message, space assets needs to be embedded in the global
telecom network if we want to have something that is relevant. And I think this is the purpose of the initiative that you are launching, and this is also the purpose of the European Constellation for Communication. Behind that, as you can see, and I will not develop too much, we also have cutting-edge technology to develop, quantum technology for sure, 5G, 6G, optical link. I know that you are very involved in that, and it has been said earlier in the morning. And these are also key technologies that will enable to enhance telecommunication capacity. So, having said that, we have a vision, you have a vision, in a way, and the main purpose of my speech today is to see how we can translate a vision into reality. It was part of the debate we had just before, but I think it's quite important. And I think that to translate this kind of vision into a reality, we need more or less three important ingredients. The first one is to have a credible and incremental plan, not going straight forward to something that is not achievable, but moving step by step. And I think that what Christina presented this morning is a good way to see how Greek government managed to have this incremental plan, not to go too fast, but to go at the right pace. The second ingredient for me is to leverage and partnerships. As was said by Lionel Suchet this morning, France has spent 60 years to grow in space industry. We hope that for sure in Greece it will not last 60 years. We know that we have new methods, new methodology, we are talking of new space, and this combined with strong partnership with industrial partners like Thales and Thales Alenia Space is a way to accelerate and helps this vision to be translated into reality. And the third very important ingredient that has also been mentioned this morning is to develop local skills, local capacities with current industries that are playing key roles today in space industries, help them grow, and bring also university programs in order to bring the network of skills that are necessary to stay and to be resilient and last in time in this kind of industry. Having said that, I think that Thales Alenia Space and Thales can bring these kind of ingredients. First of all, and I will not detail out all the products that we have, but just to say that Thales Alenia Space has a strong heritage and an experience for telecommunication, whether it is just geostationary satellites. It has been mentioned as well. We recently, 3 years ago, launched satellites for Elasat. But not only geostationary satellites, constellations. We usually talk about constellations. You have to know that currently all the constellations for telecommunications that are in operation, meaning that are working, have been manufactured by Thales Alenia Space. And we are thinking of the future and in the new way to design constellation for the European constellation for sure, but for other big constellations like Lightspeed. It's a constellation that has been awarded to Thales Alenia Space by a Canadian operator whose name is Telesat. And in this kind of new way of approaching our industry using component on the shelves, mass production, robotization, intelligence artificial intelligence. We are talking about artificial intelligence. It is a key technological building block in our future system. We are well placed, I think, to play a role in the future programs that we try to design. But on top of the technological capacities, the important message I want to convey today is how we can help and how we can partner to consolidate and to make it happen. This is just a few examples on how Thales Alenia Space managed to partner all around the world with some countries, with some industries. So it can take a lot of forms, from light trainings, partnership with university to co-development in some countries. We have a wide variety of ways to work and to help countries and industries to grow in space, and we have experienced that. I can mention Brazil, Argentina, and other countries, and we are quite experienced in that kind of ways of working that takes long, but that needs to be built on a true partnership. The second message, I think, is to say that Thales has a footprint in Greece. In fact, through Thales Hellas, Patrick here being the director for Thales Hellas, we are running some business activities here for aeronautics, ground transportation, defense, space, hopefully, security. We have engineers, Greek engineers working here and accompanying the government and the Greek government in the transformation and the main industrial programs that you have ahead of you. So this is, I think, a true asset, a cultural asset, to know each other and to try from that footprint to grow. It is also an opportunity to on a daily basis, work with the other Greek players, industrial players, the supply chain, and to be knowledgeable and help leveraging on that in order to build future programs. And for sure, for space program, it will be, I think, a key enabler. Just to finish with, on top of this historical presence in Greece, on top of the technologies, we are also very used to or work with agencies, and European space agencies, for example, that will be a key players in the future Constellation program and in your program, your Greek program. It's a long-lasting relationship that we have with them, and we know how to shape and to build up programs and to make it happen. So, if I would like to in a way, to summarize my main messages, and not going through the very details of how the capacity we can bring, the message is that we have local key players to help Greek programs grow and be concretized. And in this purpose, we really need to combine a clear vision of where Greece wants to go, and I think we have it now. Clear ways of making the industry grow. I think that we have the capacity to put in place, for example, integration center in Greece if we want and if there is a purpose and an ambition, and we can help for that. And it's also important, and it has been discussed earlier this morning, to also think on the full ecosystem. In a way, we talk here in this nice chart of a sort of space hub center. In fact, you have already infrastructures through ELASAT, through observatories. We have to think how to implement an industrial footprint on top of the one that is existing, and we have to see how we can manage all this data coming from the space assets, and how to deal with that and to build a digital economy from that. So this is a full view on this ecosystem that we have to build up, and I'm sure that things will progress over the future, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, your turn.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Excellencies, friends, colleagues. Thank you very much, Laurent, for taking the initiative. Your team, Mr. Yalouris, Ms. Manali, and all the team in that actually had the idea of this event that comes at the right moment, as you can understand from today's positionings of all stakeholders. And at this time, I would like also to thank Patrick, Thanasis, all the organizers of this event, Vasilis, that actually contributed to establishing this platform for additional future collaboration. Can I please have my presentation? In my speech today, I will cover 3 topics. First of all, I will tell you what we do in Coralia this year so that all the participants in this new platform can exploit in your future collaborations. Then I will tell you the long story of collaborations we have with France all these years that was significant and actually supported the development of the space ecosystem in Greece up to now. And then I will finish with a number of activities we have decided to take in order to further support the RFI that is currently an important framework for collaboration, but not only that, some future developments that we have in our thoughts at this moment. So for Coralia, we have been instrumental in building the entrepreneurial startup ecosystem, starting with the microelectronics cluster in 2006. That is the foundation of many of the other industries that have been developed, followed by the creative industries cluster that is supporting additional economic sectors in the country, including tourism, culture, and all that. And obviously, the important part of what we are discussing today is that is the space cluster, an initiative that started in 2009, a few years after the establishment of the Industrial Association that came to bring together universities, research centers, industry, and all the other stakeholders in order to actually start building the local industry and the ecosystem. Apart from the clusters, we have also been instrumental in supporting the youth in developing entrepreneurial skills. We are currently running the largest program to support entrepreneurship in the country, with almost 20 to 30 new entrepreneurs being trained every month, with the support of our partner here, the Princess Trust International. We have established with Eurobank the most prominent accelerator in the country, the EGG, that every year we support 30 to 40 startups in all the economic sectors of the country. And very recently, we have started the ESABIC in Greece in March of 2021. And actually today we have, I can announce the first incubatee a little bit later, because we have actually signed the previous days. This initiative is complementary, as you have heard from Christina and the State Secretary, to all the other endeavors of the country, and has been supported by 65 organizations in the country. So from the Chambers of Commerce, thank you very much again for that, Laurent, from universities, research centers, of course, the industry. This accelerator will try to cover the gaps in the value chain, but also will try to bring new, fresh ideas, as we heard in the morning, that we need in this ecosystem. Apart from that, we also built the first incubators in the country, large scale. You can see here the incubator in Patras, also outside of the capital city. Full private investment without zero money from the state. A building that currently is hosting a large number of the companies in the city of Patras. And of course the incubators that we had here established in Athens. You see here a photo from one of the events that we ran together with the industry. We also support new ideas in hackathons. We are collaborating with the European Commission and ESA in this respect. This is the most recent hackathon that we ran to push Copernicus data, Galileo, and all the signals that we take from space, supported also by the local ecosystem. And Laurent, I remind you of also initiatives we took to support large French corporation in the country to innovate with a hackathon that we implemented in InsurTech. and I remember that we have 16 new ideas that some of them hopefully went into implementation. Last thing that we did is support the global presence of the local industry. And we have done the first roadshows of the high-tech industry to West and East Coast in the United States, established the collaborations with Greeks abroad, London, Silicon Valley, etc. And we are participating also with national pavilions in many of the events. Okay, so what? The important thing is that this contribution has supported up to date more than 300 companies in Greece, of which 100 new startups, created hundreds of jobs, brought back a number of Greeks that were abroad to work here, and actually attracted big investments. Think Silicon was recently acquired by something like 35 million euros. Helic was acquired by ANSYS for 62 million euros. Adeos, a very recent acquisition by Beacon, Chinese company. Anchor by Swiss company U-Blocks. And also, we started the initial investment of companies by local business angels, something that we're also missing. So Inaccess was one of those cases. Irida Labs that brought actually business angels from abroad to invest in companies, and they have now stayed here supporting the ecosystem. But also companies that will bring total disruptions, like tubal meditherapy, that in a few months will deliver a blood test for aneurysm. 1.2% of the population die because of that. Now, similar to the PSA test for the prostate, we will have a blood test for that. So significant inventions. And many, many other examples like Augmenta that supports also the agriculture. And Loxio, that is our new incubatee in the ESAP Greece, the first one, that is developing solutions for GNSS localization, using, trying to solve the big problem of IoT systems, that is power consumption, and cost. So they are lowering the cost and the consumption of those devices to democratize, as you can see here in the slide. Now, all this could not have happened if we didn't have the support of France all over the years, starting from the establishment of Coralia back in 2007 with Senator Pierre Lafitte from Sofia Antipolis, visits of Hollande to our establishments, and also Agnès Paillard from, at that point of time, that was the president of Aerospace Valley that also established and many, many other, of course, occasions like today's one that fully supported what we are doing in Greece. To come to that, we have also signed agreements with other clusters, also trilateral, to bring additional capacities in that. And we are collaborating, of course, with all the French clusters in the area, Minalogic, Polmer, Cap Digital, obviously Aerospace Valley. Philippe Lattes is also here today. He was the person that fully supported all this collaboration all over the years. And of course, we organize, already starting to have these RFIs in mind and many other activities, the first meetings with the large-scale integrators, Airbus and Thales, by the way, 2 years ago, in order to establish the value chains also here locally. And we had also the support of the companies for our local ecosystem, building new ideas. And we have been participating in the events that are organized in France that are key for the space sector. Furthermore, a number of projects are currently supporting SMEs from both countries, hundreds of those companies, to develop new ideas like this one in blue growth, this one building new small flying objects, this one on building technologies for ports, this one supporting SMEs from Europe to go abroad and sell their products as Europeans. So now coming to the future, we will continue to sustain a world-class cluster in Greece with all our efforts and the partnerships, with our mission to place Greece in the countries that are developing cutting-edge technologies. We want, of course, to help the growth of Greece, but now in collaboration, of course, all over with our European partners. Expanding the members and their capacities. You see some of them here. Developing our value chains that includes upstream, midstream, and downstream capacities that are fully mapped to support also RFI and other activities. We have mobilized the quadruple helix. You have seen here the contribution also of the Greek state in all these endeavors. And developing additional areas of expertise, some of which are in this slide, from ASICs to deployable structures, propulsion system, electrical ground support equipment, mechanical, additional materials, onboard software, onboard processing, remote sensing applications, sensors, etc. We expect in the ESA BIC to receive applications in all those domains that will cover additional gaps that we have. And to support the collaboration of Greece and France, we are currently updating the Greek Space Catalog that will be given to you in order to support all your activities. This will be also supported with the product and technology tree taxonomy, so that you can see what are the capacities here. I know, of course, and we thank you for the exercises that you have done yourselves. And we will also give under an open license access to 2 Greek studies. One is for microsatellites, Earth observation, but has some aspects that are potentially useful for the activities. And the second one is for another endeavor that we want to establish in Greece, that is a data fusion center to support maritime services and the maritime ecosystem. That's the additional goal that we want to achieve in the years to come, and we are pushing this with our ministries. Additionally to that, of course, there are a number of other local ideas that are coming into the new strategy and business plan of the cluster that will be ready by the end of the year. In this one, we will have some ideas to work in the next 3 years from now, because space requires this preparation. We will be happy to share that with you and discuss also those new opportunities that we want to open for Greece. And obviously, our infrastructure is open to support any of the activities and ideas that we gave, including any space hub, any additional infrastructure, training for here locally on your capacities and your systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jorge. So now let's hear Andonis Dorsakakis, and yes, to have time to ask or prepare some questions. Mr. Dorsakakis, can you hear us? He has a presentation. You have a presentation too, if I remember right. Hello.
Yes. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us. I'm Antonis Dorsakakis. I'm the CEO of 5G Ventures. It's the management company of First Investment Fund. I'm really thrilled for this event. I was the ex-General Secretary of Telecommunications and Post, and I'm really thrilled to see that the execution of the strategy that we developed back in 2019 is coming to ground, and the team with Thanasis, the successor, and Christina is doing a great job in realizing the strategy. I'm just referring to that because, as you know, in Greece, strategy and execution sometimes doesn't go well, but in this case, they are going hand to hand. What is designed is executed with a great accuracy, so I think that's why the result that we expect for our space ambitions will be great.
Sorry, can I ask just 1 second?
I can
Do you
share
hear
my
well?
presentation.
Sorry, we have a problem with the sound. We can't hear you very well. There's an echo. Can you just do something with your microphone, please? No? If you have headphones, Mr. Zotakakis? Do you have headphones? Pardon?
Yes.
Voilà.
I'm not sure that we can fix that. Can I speak a little bit lower, a little bit slower, just to be heard? I don't know how that can be accommodated.
Okay. Okay, President says yes. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my presentation, please?
We do. We can see it, yes.
Okay, great. So, I will not spend much time on. I will have three major topics: the strategy of Greece for space, a few words about Festos Investment Fund, and how space industry is relevant for an investor for a fund like Festos. I will not spend much time on the strategy because both Thanasis and Christina have already referred to that. But just to have a small recap, our main idea was to have a concrete, realistic plan for deploying the market in Greece. So our main objectives back in 2019 were these four objectives. First, to develop the local ecosystem, including the applications, the downstream applications, and the space technology to the public policies and to the business development and in the market. And the goal was to create these public and commercial services and grow the market. The second one was to introduce the Greek companies to the European supply chain, to the big players like Airbus, like Thales, as we have already seen, which is a realistic, practical goal for the business. The third one was to strengthen, as you can understand, the national safety and security regarding border control and disaster management, which is crucial, especially for Greece. And finally, last but not least, to support the space research and innovation as well. How we were about to do that, this was what we would like to do with objectives. Now, how we were about to do that. Our flagship project was the National Small Cell, which is practically realizing by being introduced to the RRF project funded by 200 million. The second target was to acquire this flight heritage, to have elements that could be out in space and just create this kind of maturity, of space maturity that our companies need. The third one was to utilize the ground infrastructure. Christina had already referred to that with the telescopes, with all this strategy that we made to have the first ground station for Skylight in Greece, which was a really successful strategy. To align with all relevant ministries like agriculture or transportation, maritime, energy and all this stuff, just to have a solid plan without any individual initiatives that cannot constitute a coherent plan. And finally, to exploit the data that we have from existing infrastructure like Copernicus, like Galileo and all this stuff. Finally, the idea when we entered with 33 million in the optional projects of ESA was to concentrate our effort to put the money where to invest the money where our strategy is. So if you can see from this slide as well, more than 80% of our investments are in the two strategic areas for the country, which is the satellite communications and connectivity and Earth observations, 26 out of 33 million. And this is also defining our path away. This was for the strategy. I think it's completely well understood up to now. I will have a few slides on Festos. Festos Why we created Festos? Festos was an idea of instrumentalizing the tender for 5G and using a capital, creating a VC in order to to acquire equity participation to innovative companies that will create products and services over 5G, fiber, or this infrastructure, or like space. So our main belief as an administration of the time was that the disruption of the traditional business model that the industries operate will produce a new digital services market through 5G infrastructure, and this will be the catalyst of this change. So we know that 5G is not a linear projection of the standard cell technology, is more like an exponential technology on connectivity. We believe that this is the main connectivity layer for utilizing cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and big data analytics. And we also believe that B2B services on 5G will be much more relevant even than B2C. That's why the outcome of all this will be the national participation in the fourth industrial revolution. What are we doing with Festos? Our main objectives are these 5 bullets that are presented there. First is to boost the local and international investment in an economy multiplier like 5G, as we described right now. The second one was to be positioned to this digital transformation and disruption that these verticals and industries are going to be subjected to. The third one is, and here is the innovation, that we would like to bring the gap between the public and private investors through a single vehicle and through a profitable partnership between the public and the private investors. Grow the local business in Greece and in Europe, of course, attracting also international investees. And as a final remark, we are more than a typical financial investor that acquires equity to companies. So this is what we would like to do. How? The how is based on these pillars by designing and establishing a focused and specialized fund as Festos with a VC DNA, which is already strongly capitalized by the 5G spectrum auction revenues, accounting already for 93 million, having the state as the anchor investor right now. We are also in fundraising at this period, so we are adding also private investors to this 93 million of our anchor investor. In Festos, we provide also spectrum assets for free to investees for test and trials. We provide state-owned companies and organizations as first customers for our investees in order to test the state-of-the-art services. We collaborate with the universities and R&D facilities in order to assist and contribute to our investees' R&D efforts. And finally, we have the hands-on experience and provisioning of valuable support to management. So we are more like a facilitator to our investees rather than just a typical financial investor. Festos is not just an individual initiative of the national effort for 5G. In the state, we had a coherent and solid plan for bringing Greece at the forefront of 5G and relevant technologies. And this happened by these 4 major pillars. The first one was to have the 5G multi-spectrum band auctions back in December 2020. And now we have assigned all the spectrum with Germany and Finland. We are the 3 countries in Europe that they have done that already. We have already commercial deployment from last year, from end of 2020. The coverage is going really well, and also the download speeds are at approximately 600 megabps download speed in selected deployed areas. The third part was the RRF project, which we included at this plan the customers, which is the microsatellite development with 200 million of budget. A project with accelerating SMEs digital transformation for adapting new technologies like cloud, artificial intelligence, facilitated by 5G. So we have another 500 million, 375 plus additional budget there. So we also taking care of the digital maturity of the companies using 5G. And we have our emblematic project, which is 5G Corridor, a unique European project on RRF by having 2,000 kilometers of national highway with a 5G standalone infrastructure accounted for 160 million. And our part, which is Festos Investment Fund, which will provide, as I told you, facilitation and equity to companies that are deploying B2B or B2B services supporting this effort. What is the competitive advantage of Festos and what is the correlation with space? As I told you, the resource market development in 5G, and this was an effort that covered 1 year and a half, starting from late 2019, is that Greece is in the first position at the DESI score with Germany, as I told you, and Finland with 100% allocation of the spectrum. We are not used to have Greece in the first position in European indices. And these are not Greek statistics, are European indices, but this reflects the effort and the dedication that we had in deploying this 5G and relevant tech market. And these are, and I have also included some highlights that we have already commercial deployment. We have a positive even impact for customers because now 9 out of 10 citizens appears to be positive or moderate towards 5G. So it seems that this effort is paying back. As I told you, Festos Fund is more like a typical investor. We would like to have for our investees in the middle business support, R&D resources, operational support, and implementation trials and tests. We have already a set of MOUs with the cooperative network, as we call it. We provide, in the right-hand side, free spectrum for our investees assigned by the ministry. We have major cooperations with Vantage Towers, subsidiary of Vodafone, for passive infrastructure, with Nokia worldwide for the active infrastructure, and with Hotel, Cosmotec Group, Deutsche Telekom Group in Greece for active infrastructure. All this infrastructure is available for our investees to be used for trial, test, experimentation, and they are creating a powerful burning platform for them. On the operational support, we have already our cooperation with Coralia. Jorge also had described how important Coralia is for our ecosystem, and R&D resources with specific cooperation network with Demokritos, which is our most reputable R&D center in Greece, and the University of Patras. So this is our idea. We don't provide only equity, we provide all the support that an investee needs in order to thrive. Festos and space. In Festos, we have identified specific industries that we believe that will be disrupted. Space is for sure one of these, and we believe that this disruption will give us the opportunity to invest in innovation, in new business models, in new companies that will create new products, and this is what we see by the advancement of technologies, as also the previous speakers described. In our mapping, in our vertical opportunities mapping, you can see that space is again one of the main areas, especially by means of the Internet of Things, of the data, machine learning and AI, and also connectivity and network, which, as you can see, are completely, these prospects are excellent, and we are completely aligned with the national strategy on connectivity, as I described in the previous slides. Here we have a the market trends regarding space, which is extremely important for that. We know this explosion of small satellites, this LEO, or this nano satellites and all this stuff that we know that they are booming. And since we cannot be extremely strong in manufacturing satellites or whatever, we are paying a lot of attention on the third part, on the third increasing trend, which is advanced communication. And to give you an example, here is our strategy on deal flow on real companies that we have already identified, which are the main areas are in the micro area logistics on 5G, on cybersecurity, on 5G assisted autonomous driving like the 5G corridors, or on ICT transformation. But on the right-hand side, you can see that we have also already an investee on next generation IoT, a great opportunity for a company to complement IoT with 5G and satellite communications. We are already in discussions. We believe a lot in this kind of efforts, and this also display also our determination to proceed to this direction. That was from me. I just want to, by a closing remark, to give the opportunity to all the innovative companies that they would like to proceed with new products, new services, innovative ideas, not only in Greece, but also in Europe, to approach, to take a review on the advantages that Festos has, that Festos Investment Fund has, in order together to proceed to the next unicorns of space in the European domain. Thank you very much, and I am also available for any questions regarding the issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe we should start directly because we have only 15 minutes left. Any question in the audience? No? Nobody? Okay. Maybe you want to comment what Mr. Jouzakis just said, no? Yes, Marc-Henri.
Yes. No, I think the last chart that you show about the opportunity for 5G in space, it's a very interesting point on which we, at least at Thales Space, we are working on, especially influencing for the next protocol of the 5G in the frame of 3GPP, and ensure that the rules and the norms for the next generation of 5G will enable to ensure connectivity straightforward from satellites, in fact, and not with only using the classical satellites protocol. So if this happens, and we work hard in order that to happen, we really have great opportunities to develop 5G solution from space, and I think it's clearly what is in your roadmap, and that should be also articulated in the national thought that you have for space program, because here I think there is a ground that is still vierge, and that can be an opportunity to grow. It's the comment I have at least on the last chart that you presented that were very interesting, and I think it's a great opportunity to invest in.
Mr. Jouzakis, you want to answer? No, you just said that. Did you hear what Marc-Henri said? That he was agree with what you said about the opportunities?
I heard it. This was also my intention to demonstrate that despite the fact that the time was extremely limited, we have already been approached, and we have already approached companies that are active in this complementarity of 5G and satellite, and these companies. The funny thing is that these companies are not in Greece. They came to us from the international domain, and this gives also confidence to us that our national strategy on embracing this kind of technologies and our idea on creating this kind of financial instrument like Festos is paying off. That's why I have included there, because this is a real case, it's a real company. So I believe that we will have a number of this kind of examples, and as an investment instrument, we believe a lot on this complementarity.
Alain Wagner, maybe you should say about that, those verging land that has Greece, and maybe it's an opportunity for collaboration and more collaboration that you already have, right?
Absolutely. There are lots of applications of space. It's percolating in all the domains, so it's good to have different investment tools to cover that. One major difficulty is the distribution, to find the right distribution networks so that you have actual customers who pay. With the internet, with the cloud, with the analytics, it's much easier, but still you have to address every time a new ecosystem in a new vertical. If you talk to agriculture, to farmers, maybe they are grouped in cooperatives and you have to address cooperative. If you want to tackle the 5G users, you have maybe to go through the telcos, which are not always good friends of space solutions, so it's not so easy. It's also difficult for equipment manufacturers. You have equipment manufacturers that have very smart, innovative solutions, and we'd love to board some innovative components for our satellite, and this would create a lever effect on some equipment companies in Greece. And it's much more difficult, I must say, to play at system level. It's much more difficult for a small company, for a startup, to create from scratch an IoT constellation or a maritime surveillance. Many projects fail unless you get covered by the Ministry of Defense, because there you have an easy distribution channel with one customer. I try to cover the whole picture in a fair way, but definitely such investment tools are important to strengthen the industrial ecosystem in Greece.
Maybe Jorge, for the distribution issue, that you have some startup we can find, but they don't have the distribution tools.
First of all, let me comment that the economic situation of the country has done some good to the country. You probably have witnessed today that the Greek government and all the stakeholders have a full approach to cover all the aspects that are needed for developing this ecosystem. The last presentation is actually extremely important. With Antonis, we have signed this cooperation because we need these additional instruments like a fund that will come to bring the innovation in the system. So the work of Antonis is very significant, and we expect that we will have similar instruments that will help develop in Greece and in Europe those innovations that we actually need, because sometimes the innovation cannot come from the large corporations like Thales and Airbus. So they and other instruments are needed in order to bring those initiatives. So I'm pretty sure that the work of Festos, the work of ESA Big Greece, will bring a very nice news in the near future in this specific topic that Greece has selected as one of the topics, a niche market that we want to be important in this sector.
That it's a niche market and it's an important sector, but is it easy for Greece as a country to make some investment in space, for example, or in those kind of company when you know that European Union, Central Union Bank are just evaluating the accounts of Greece every month, and is it easy for you to?
Not easy. But in one of the slides of the State Secretary, you have probably seen that Greece took a decision and is investing 200 million in space. That is the fourth in the European Union.
That's why I'm asking, was it easy to have those millions?
No, not easy, but for the first time we have companies, universities, research centers coming together with a wish on specific niche markets to be developed and specific projects. That actually help also the politicians to take the decision to start that. But you always need both sides to come together. For the first time we see this happening in this sector. So I'm pretty sure that also with the collaboration of our friends from France and those initiatives in Greece, that some very good things will come out of it.
I don't know about Airbus, but Thales, you know Greece for many years, and you've been passing through all those crises. So you can see that's a new area for Greece?
For sure, in space there is a new area. I think the presentation that we had this morning and all the clear messages that have been conveyed give a clear future and a clear framework for the next steps. Yes, I think all the ingredients are there. As I was presenting, then we have to concretize with step by step and progress within the global landscape that has been set up. This is what I can say. This is true also that it's important to have a little continuity in the partnership, and this is true that through Thales Hellas, even during the hard time we had over the past years, we're continuing investing, being present in order to collaborate and strengthen the relationship we have. Now we have, I think, a great future, great ideas, and now it's time to concretize them.
Thank you. Alain Wagner, it's important to have those bilateral collaboration inside the European Union, maybe to push the rest of the countries to go faster.
Yes, I don't know how I can elaborate on that, but definitely yes. And it's really important when, sometimes it's not easy, but when two countries manage to agree together on a common target, then they manage usually to take other countries with them and to create a movement together. So definitely, it's good to have a discussion together, to agree bilaterally, and then to create an impetus that will gather more countries. Okay, it's quite general, but...
Sure. You have a microphone on your right or on your left. I can't see. I'm myope. See?
Thank you. I think I should say that this day starts a new era for the Greek scene. Why? Because Festos has asked the University of Patras to be involved in such a new project. You know, in Greece, the universities up to now were, I would say, avert to the collaboration with industry. Now, if that happens, then there is a future. Thank you.
Somebody, yes, there's a microphone, yes. Can you just say your name, please?
Loud. Okay. I am Thanasis Potis. I am the president of the Hellenic Association of the Space Industry. What I would like to say here to our friends from France is the following. This discussion and presentation of Mr. Georgakakis gives all the evidence to you and your teams to understand that in Greece, the Greek government and the ecosystem are fully ready to adapt to the new environment, to new space activities and challenges, and run fast for the open market. So what you saw today, you saw that we implemented our program. We focus on putting money, hard money, into the connectivity program to issue the RFI for the microsatellites that gives support for the local content and the participation of the local system actually on the program, including the upstream and the downstream. It has organized, most importantly, the government itself to support these initiatives. And I would like also to stress the fact that Mr. Georgakakis was the person that realized that where this activity will go, and he was the one that decided to pave the way to include the microsatellite program into the Recovery Fund program. So after that, immediately after that, we realized that 5G is the activity that will bring more people and more money into this area. So what the government did is that they put the dots on a specific board and they tried to draw a specific plan. So what we have now is an activity that the dots are there, and we are trying to persuade you to work with us to build the picture. And what is also most important that we will try also to emphasize from this event today is that it's not only the communication part and not only the bilateral part, but it's also through the maritime activity we want to see the international big money part. So just for you to understand that this discussion, especially this positioning of Festos activity, is trying to persuade you as a great power in space, and not only space, but communication and market and business, that we are serious, we have a plan, and we want to work with you to go together fast to the next step. So this is for us the clear message that we want to pass to you today. And once more, I would like to thank Adonis, because it's really the guy that put the microsatellites program and the RFI idea on the table that we are facing today.
Somebody else, maybe you want to respond? I think the message is clear.
No, thank you. The message is very clear. The RFI is a fantastic opportunity for us to share ideas, to try to answer to these requirements from the Greek government. We are not at an RFP level, so it's an ideation phase. So we are going to interact with all the stakeholders, better understand what you want to achieve, and come back with some ideas, possible solutions to get ready for the next step.
Perhaps, yes, to complement what Anna said. The message is clear, and I like the idea and the symbol of dot on the picture, and then we still have to, in a common way, finalize the design. And I think it's really the good metaphor to explain what are the next steps. It is also for me the opportunity to say that in the way that we will design and finalize the drawing, in a way, we have to identify clear intermediary step. We have a final goal and we have intermediary step to fulfill in order to go fast. And in order to go fast, we have to frame a first phase, first concretization, first realization, and then to gain credibility and ensure that the Greek program will be absolutely necessary and embedded in the European program. This is my main, I would say, not concern, but I think it is what we still have to achieve and to design together, because we have two frames that clearly want to work together. It's very clear from Greece, it's very clear also from Europe, but no, we have to articulate that. And this is what we have to do in the frame of the RFI, and not only giving ideas, but also drawing the path to materialize these ideas.
Okay.
I want to add on the picture of Thanasis with the dots. We also, this is the space that we have to connect. Another thing that we have to connect is time. Because we have seen many times things being announced, we need to get this implemented. It is good to say that, of course, the program has a limited time frame to be implemented, and therefore this will be pushing. Nonetheless, for the benefit of all, the sooner the better. Therefore, we want to ask our colleagues that will be answering the RFI to prepare a good, mature answer that will help and facilitate the next step, the RFQ.
Great. Mr. Zouzakakis, last word? No. Yes. Yes.
Yes, I would like just to emphasize that, of course, this is not one man's work, it's a collaborative work. And the only lesson that I learned from this, this little time in the administration is that if you set the right objectives. And if you define clearly the strategy that someone has to follow, I think the execution part afterwards is important. In Greece, we are lacking the execution part, and that's why sometimes it seems that we are not so well organized. But I think that if we have these three things, the clear objectives, the strategies on this, and the execution, the results are like this, and this gives us a lot of confidence for moving ahead, not only to this area, but to others as well. Thank you very much again for inviting me.
You see, this is what I like in Greece. In all over Europe, everybody has a project, but in Greece they have a goal, they have an objective. Like Ulysses, he had a goal to go back home, and Greeks has a goal to go better. Thank you everybody, thank you to the panel. And a vision, of course, but a vision has a goal, and it's not a project. Okay, thank you for all. Thank you, Katerina Malalis. Thank you, Mr. Tullier. Thank you.
NorCal approach, Roger. You'll be leaving the class Bravo and re-entering about 4 more miles.
First part of our today's forum. Welcome, Mr. Minister. Thank you for joining. I will just make a very short introduction, not to repeat, of course, what I said this morning. I just want to summarize, if I may, the main ideas that were raised this morning. So what we actually overlooked this morning is the fact that we are now definitely, if not already, convinced Greece has put all the dots together to be fully open, specifically on the space industry, and to create a new era of the space industry. So I think we had the fortune to organize this forum at a very timely moment when the Greek government has just launched the I-5 for Microsatellite. So we are quite lucky to have performed this successful forum at the right time with the chamber. As I said, we went through the organization that the Greek government has now put in place, a different organization, the ecosystem that now exists, all the partnership, and this is something that's probably struck a lot our French partner coming over, that I hope the message was actually quite clear, that the ecosystem exists. All the partners, Greek partners, are talking to each other in a common manner, and there is an objective. There is, at least, we were saying that we were lacking probably a European vision maybe unfortunately, but has to be built, and probably the French and Greek collaboration can be at least the beginning of building this upper vision at the European level, but at least we clearly understand that there is a Greek vision. So the message was clear that all the partners, the Greek partners, are open to listen now to the proposition of the French industry that are highly represented today. Now we will, of course, probably more focus on applications and specifically on maritime, of course. So thank you again, Mr. Minister, for your presence and your support, because we are also under the auspice of your ministry. So it's a great honor. Thank you again, and I will let you the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stefanos Papandreou. I'm the editor of the maritime magazine El Navi. Our session, I will coordinate the next session, which will discuss the maritime strategy issues and the developments regarding the innovation and the technology, the latest developments in technology in shipping. I will also coordinate a panel of prominent personalities from the shipping sector. I have the great pleasure, the great honor to announce Mr. Yannis Plakiotakis, Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, from my left. From left to right, Mrs. Eleni Polychronopoulou, President of Chemexpo, Mr. Sasha Bagui, Head of Sales for Maritime Solution of Airbus Defence and Space, Mr. Philippe Lattès, Deputy Director for Space and European Projects, Airspace Valley, and Airspace Valley. I will pass the speech to Mr. Minister, who will address our conference. Mr. Minister.
Good afternoon. They told me that I can speak in Greek also, if you don't mind. I would like to welcome you all in, of course, in Greece, and I hope you will have fruitful discussions with regards to main issues that are covered in this seminar. Αξιότιμε κύριε Πρόεδρε, μέλη και φίλοι του Ελληνογαλλικού Εμπορικού και Βιομηχανικού Επιμελητηρίου, κυρίες και κύριοι, αποτελεί για μένα ιδιαίτερη χαρά να απευθύνω χαιρετισμό στο φόρουμ του Ελληνογαλλικού Εμπορικού και Βιομηχανικού Επιμελητηρίου. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω θερμά για την πρόσκλησή σας που μου δίνει την ευκαιρία να βρεθώ ανάμεσα σε εκλεκτά μέλη της εμπορικής, βιομηχανικής και επιστημονικής κοινότητας. Η θεματολογία του φόρουμ για την προώθηση της διαστημικής τεχνολογικής καινοτομίας και για την διευκόλυνση στην διάχυση των ιδεών, εφαρμογών και μεθόδων στο ναυτιλιακό τομέα είναι απόλυτα εναρμονισμένη με τις προτεραιότητες του Υπουργείου Ναυτιλίας και Νησιωτικής Πολιτικής. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η ελληνική ναυτιλία αποτελεί το καλύτερο παράδειγμα μιας δημιουργικής και παραγωγικής Ελλάδος που έχει αναδείξει τη χώρα μας σε παγκόσμιο πρωτοπόρο του συγκεκριμένου κλάδου. Δεν θα ήθελα να σας κουράσω με αριθμούς. Νομίζω οι περισσότεροι από εσάς γνωρίζετε τα μεγέθη. Η ελληνική ναυτιλία, παρόλο τον διεθνή ανταγωνισμό, παραμένει πρωτοπόρος σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο. Η ελληνόκτητη ναυτιλία είναι πρωτοπόρος με 4.900 ποντοπόρα πλοία, τα οποία διαχειρίζονται 1.400 και πλέον εταιρείες. εγκατεστημένες στον Πειραιά, και αυτό που θέλω να επισημάνω είναι ότι η ναυτιλία ήταν ανέκαθεν και εξακολουθεί να είναι ο χώρος με ιδιαίτερες προκλήσεις, άμεσα συναρτημένες με τις αλλαγές που συντελούνται σε ναυτιλιακό επίπεδο. Προκλήσεις οικονομικού χαρακτήρα, προκλήσεις που σχετίζονται με την βιωσιμότητα του κλάδου και την ικανότητά του να ανταποκρίνεται στις προσδοκίες των μελλοντικών γενεών για την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος, την βελτίωση των επιπέδων ασφάλειας, αλλά και τις προκλήσεις που σχετίζονται με την αξιοποίηση των νέων τεχνολογιών. Ως Υπουργός Ναυτιλίας και Νησιωτικής Πολιτικής είμαι υπεύθυνος για δύο πυλώνες της θαλάσσιας πολιτικής. Από τη μία, η ανάπτυξη της ελληνικής εμπορικής ναυτιλίας, της ασφάλειας της θάλασσας, την προστασία του θαλασσίου περιβάλλοντος, και από την άλλη, την ασφάλεια του θαλασσίου πεδίου. Οι διαστημικές τεχνολογίες και οι εφαρμογές τους έχουν ήδη αξιοποιηθεί στο Υπουργείο μας εδώ και πολλά χρόνια. Ήδη οι διεθνοί κανονισμοί για την παρακολούθηση του στίγματος και του γεωεντοπισμού των εμπορικών πλοίων μετρούν εδώ και 2 δεκαετίες, απολύτως επιτυχούς εφαρμογής. Η δορυφορική εικόνα, τόσο από ραντάρ όσο και από οπτική εικόνα, αξιοποιείται εδώ και αρκετά χρόνια από τον Ευρωπαϊκό Οργανισμό για την Ασφάλεια στην Θάλασσα, τον ΕΜΣΑ, αλλά και τη χώρα μας, στο πεδίο της προστασίας του θαλασσιού περιβάλλοντος, την αντιμετώπιση της θαλάσσιας ρύπανσης, αλλά και τον εντοπισμό παράνομων απορρίψεων. Παράλληλα, η διαστημική τεχνολογία αξιοποιείται και για την εξαποστάσεως καθοδήγηση ημί επανδρωμένων σκαφών για την επισύρηση των θαλασσίων συνόρων μας. Γενικότερα, το χαρτοφυλάκιο των προσφερωμένων υπηρεσιών από τον ΕΜΣΑ καλύπτει με επάρκεια τις πάγιες ανάγκες της ελληνικής ναυτιλίας, αλλά και της ελληνικής ναυτιλιακής διοίκησης, και εμπλουτισμός του με την δορυφορική πληροφορία του Ευρωπαϊκού Διαστημικού Προγράμματος Κοπέρνικος αναμένεται να αυξήσει σημαντικά τις επιχειρησιακές του δραστηριότητες. Το πόσο κρίσιμες είναι οι διαστημικές τεχνολογίες επικοινωνιών αποδείχθηκε και κατά τη διάρκεια της περίοδου της πανδημίας. Εκατοντάδες χιλιάδες ναυτικοί για πολλούς μήνες δεν μπορούσαν να επικοινωνήσουν με τις οικογένειές τους, τα αγαπημένα τους πρόσωπα. Μέσα όμως από τις εφαρμογές δικτύωσης μπόρεσαν να επικοινωνήσουν, να ενημερωθούν για το τι γίνεται στον έξω κόσμο, και επομένως η χρήση της δορυφορικής τεχνολογίας συνετέλεσε καθοριστικά στην εξάλειψη και των αποστάσεων αλλά και των συνόρων. Παράλληλα, νέες απαιτήσεις με σημαντικές τεχνολογικές διαστάσεις για την ναυτιλία βρίσκονται μπροστά μας και συναρτώνται με την ανάγκη ηλεκτρονικής υποβολής του συνόλου των ναυτιλιακών διατυπώσεων που αφορούν τόσο το πλοίο όσο και το φορτίο. Η υλοποίηση των απαιτήσεων αυτών, που αποτελεί ταυτόχρονα και πρόκληση και για τις κρατικές αρχές, αναμένεται στο τέλος της ημέρας να διευκολύνει σημαντικά την ναυτιλία και να την καταστήσει ακόμα πιο αξιόπιστη επιλογή, ενταγμένη στο συνολικό μεταφορικό σύστημα. Η εξέταση των δυνατοτήτων των διαστημικών τεχνολογιών επικοινωνίας αναμένεται να συνεισφέρει και σε αυτό το τομέα, διευκολύνοντας τη διάχυση των απαιτούμενων πληροφοριών σε σχεδόν μηδενικό χρόνο. Όμως, οι δυνατότητες της διαστημικής τεχνολογίας είναι πραγματικά αστήρευτες και στο μέλλον θα υπάρξουν αρκετές ευκαιρίες για περαιτέρω αξιοποίησή της. Τεχνικές εφαρμογές για την βελτιστοποίηση του ταξιδιού που θα επιφέρει μείωση των εκπομπών αερίων του θερμοκηπίου. Τεχνολογίες που θα επιτρέψουν την αυξανόμενη δραστηριοποίηση ημιαυτόνομων ή και αυτόνομων πλοίων σε τομείς της ναυτιλίας όπως είναι η ποντοπόρος, που σήμερα φαίνεται σχεδόν αδιανόητη. Σταδιακός εμπλουτισμός της εικόνας σε πραγματικό χρόνο των επιχειρησιακών μας κέντρων, η οποία απαιτεί δαπανηρές περιπολίες και ενεργοποίηση σκαφών επιτήρησης σε μεγάλες αποστάσεις. Την ίδια όμως στιγμή η ασφάλεια των ηλεκτρονικών και πληροφοριακών μας συστημάτων, αλλά και δικτύων, αυτό που ονομάζουμε κυβερνοασφάλεια, αναμένεται να αποτελέσει στο προσεχές μέλλον πρωταρχική ανάγκη και για την ναυτιλία. Στην προσπάθεια ενσωμάτωσης των δορυφορικών τεχνολογιών στον ναυτιλιακό κλάδο, η χώρα μας θα συνεργαστεί επικοδομητικά με όλα τα κράτη προς την κατεύθυνση υιοθέτησης ομοιόμορφων διεθνών κανόνων και προτύπων, κυρίως εντός του πλαισίου του IMO, του Διεθνούς Οργανισμού των Ηνωμένων Εθνών, που διαθέτει και την κατάλληλη τεχνογνωσία, αλλά και εμπειρία διαμόρφωσης νομικού πλαισίου για τα θέματα της διεθνούς ναυτιλίας. Η εν λόγω στόχευση αποτελεί το κλειδί για την βιωσιμότητα της διεθνούς ναυτιλίας και του παγκόσμιου εμπορίου. Η σταθερή αυτή επιλογή δεν προέρχεται μόνο από την αφοσίωσή μας στην ποιοτική ελληνική ναυτιλία, αλλά και από αίσθημα ευθύνης απέναντι στον ίδιο τον IMO και τις αρχές που τον διέπουν. Κυρίες και κύριοι, καθίσταται λοιπόν αυτονόητο ότι η σύνδεση της ναυτιλίας με την διαστημική τεχνολογία και την περαιτέρω έρευνα αλλά και αξιοποίηση των δυνατοτήτων της προβάλλει ως περισσότερο αναγκαία από ποτέ. Στο Υπουργείο μας χρησιμοποιούμε το κλισέ «μία θάλασσα ευκαιρίες» για να υπογραμμίσουμε τη σημασία των θαλασσίων επαγγελμάτων και τη συνεισφορά των θαλασσίων δραστηριοτήτων στην ανάπτυξη. Ίσως πρέπει να αρχίσουμε να κοιτάμε και πιο ψηλά στις ευκαιρίες του διαστημικού χώρου και τις πιθανές εφαρμογές του, όπως για παράδειγμα την ενσωμάτωση της διαστημικής τεχνολογίας στον ψηφιακό μας μετασχηματισμό, η οποία βεβαίως αναμένεται να αποτελέσει μια ιδιαίτερη πρόκληση για το μέλλον. Είμαστε λοιπόν πεπισμένοι ότι η διαστημική τεχνολογία θα είναι καταλήτης στην βελτίωση της αποτελεσματικότητας και αποδοτικότητας της ναυτιλίας εν γέννη. Στοιχείο που αποτελεί βασική επιδίωξη της κυβέρνησης, αλλά απορρέει τόσο από τις διεθνείς συμβάσεις, όσο και από τις επιταγές της ποιοτικής ναυτιλίας που με συνέπεια υπηρετούν οι ναυτιλιακοί φορείς και η ελληνική ναυτιλιακή διοίκηση. Με τις σκέψεις αυτές ευχαριστώ εκ νέου το Ελληνογαλλικό Εμπορικό και Βιομηχανικό Επιμελητήριο για την πρόσκληση αυτή που μου επέτρεψε να μοιραστώ μαζί σας τις σκέψεις μου σε ένα πεδίο που φαντάζει μεν μακρινό, αλλά ταυτόχρονα είναι ήδη μέσα στη ζωή μας και πολύ ελπιδοφόρο για τις μελλοντικές αποφάσεις και πολιτικές. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για την προσοχή σας.
Our next speaker, Mrs. Eleni Polychronopoulou. Ναι, όπου θέλεις.
Okay. Right, thanks so much for the invitation. Okay. Okay, it is an honor to be here, and it is also very interesting to be here because I'm coming from a different sector, but over the years we have seen that there are a lot of possibilities of cooperation between the maritime sector and space. Before I go into that, I would like to say some things about Hemexpo. And Hemexpo is the association of the Hellenic marine equipment manufacturers and exporters. It is an association that consists of companies which are manufacturing equipment for ships. And in order to become a member of Hemexpo, a company must be financially stable, must have a very significant R&D department in order to produce certified products, but also to be in the position to sell and market the products outside Greece in all the shipping markets around the world. The members are very large to very small companies, and all of them are providing, we consider, innovative and high added value equipment. So over the years, what we have been doing is, first of all, to establish the marine equipment manufacturers around the world. So we did a lot of marketing together with Enterprise Greece, a lot of exhibitions, a lot of business missions, but we also did specific projects such as executive training with ALBA, or a specific product for the export of marine equipment with the organization of export credits in Greece, Also, the creation of new jobs with the foundation of Stavros Niarchos, and a series of other actions that led to very tangible results, which were the increase of the turnover of the companies, the increase of exports, the creation of new jobs, and the creation of new products. So once we were established, we saw ahead, we saw the future. So as the Minister very well described before, the future lies in the protection of the environment on one hand, and on using the advantages and the new products and the new trends that the fourth industrial revolution is bringing. So from the one hand, we see that there is a massive need for new technologies to fight climate change and to minimize the CO2 emissions for vessels. On the other hand, we see that digitalization is now not just a trend, it's a need, which starts to be more and more obvious in the whole sector. Not just the vessels, but also the ports, the shippers, the whole supply chain. And of course, the Internet of Things, which is indispensable. In the future, we see that there will be no marine equipment that will not have application of Internet of Things. So we got our inspiration for our next moves by Point Nemo, that very nicely was presented to us by Thanasis and Jorge and Professor Machios when we initiated our discussions, when we realized that there is a point in the ocean where the closest living organism, living human on the planet is the International Space Station. So it is then that we realized how close is space to the vessels. It's much closer than we think. So that was very exciting when we realized that. So we realized a new space of applications. We realized that there is a lot of technology, a lot of know-how in the space industry that can be used for vessels. It's not just monitoring or marine environment protection or the surveillance, which is used by organizations and governments and states, as the minister very well explained before. There are so many other applications that actually do have a use on board vessels, like robotics, like artificial intelligence, like the data that is collected by the satellite and with a proper analysis can bring very, very tangible results. I believe we will hear about that soon. All right, so new materials. There is a space of possibilities for the marine equipment. So what are we looking for as marine equipment manufacturers? Yes, connectivity is very important. It's very important to be able to know what is happening on the equipment on board the vessel, and this can be used. This can be done with the use of proper sensors. Always the sensors need to be more advanced, need to be more accurate, need to be more efficient and more adaptive to the environment on board the vessel. New materials, and also services that have to do with the prevention of damages on board, because as the vessels become bigger, they become more complicated, they become more sophisticated, and on the other hand, the people that are available to go on board are less and less. There is a global shortage of crews on board that want to go on board a vessel, especially after COVID, where the situation became extremely difficult for these people. So we need to be able to control our systems in order to prevent damages on board. And of course, in order to be able to face the climate change and the reduction of CO2 emissions, energy-saving devices that are necessary, of course, in the space industry, and new fuel systems. Hydrogen, for example, is a massive trend right now. It's the talk of the day. So in order to proceed, we signed a strategic partnership with Vidite and Coralia in order to create an ecosystem where such products could be eventually developed. This takes a couple of years, maybe more. And as a newer cooperation, we worked with SECE also and signed another MOU in order to even enhance our scope and our presence in this project. This project is still under development. It's still under negotiation. We hope that very soon we will have the initiation of the project by the ministry, and by that we hope that very soon we will have a new offering for our target market. We try to become as digital as possible, and we're very proud that we actually did manage to have a digital exhibition center and a digital meeting center. So you are all welcome to go in the Hemexpo Center just by scanning the QR code. Trying to become very, very digital. It's very difficult, you know, because the vessel is not supposed to be digital. It's supposed to be manual. And this transformation is really a massive change, and it's happening very, very, very fast. So that's all for me, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
We proceed to our next speaker, Mr. Sasha Bayi, who will speak about a maritime domain which provides holistic approach for end-to-end solution in shipping.
Yes. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm very happy to be back in Athens. I remember a very long time ago when I was a young Navy officer, I enjoyed Athens a lot, even that much that I ended up with 15 days of arrest on board my ship. So I hope I will create less troubles today. Let's see. So I'm here to show a bit what Airbus is doing in the maritime domain. Everybody knows Airbus as a manufacturer for aircrafts. Airbus is doing a lot of maritime. I could spend, I think, 1 hour or maybe a few hours discussing on this slide, but the moderator told me I have less time, so I will try to go quickly. Obviously, Airbus is doing aircrafts, helicopter, everybody knows it. We're doing unmanned air systems for maritime, providing the French Navy with fixed wings US for the smaller ships, building now the next rotary wing UAS for the next frigates for the French Navy. And beyond that, with our satellites, we're doing not only air observation, but maritime observation for the Navy, so ship detection reports, ice routing, pollution monitoring, this kind of things. Obviously, satellite telecommunications. And quite interesting, on the left side, things almost nobody knows. In fact, Airbus with Styrus is one of the leaders of coastal surveillance. So in fact, we are providing the complete coastal surveillance for France. Airbus is monitoring the Canal of Panama, the Malacca Strait, and some other choke points in the world. So it's really one of our core businesses. And at the end, we're providing maritime operations and intelligence centers for some of the biggest navies in the world. But all this, in fact, would create a kind of puzzle with a lot of bricks. And our intention, that's why we created, in fact, this sales position in the Airbus Maritime Group, is instead of selling only bricks, is to sell solutions. So going from a ConOps, from a situation at sea, from there, with the customer, defining the operational objectives, the capabilities we'll need for this, and building our solutions. So really a dialogue with the customer to use the best brick at the best moment for the best effect. So this is represented for one example here, that is global maritime awareness. We made it also for fast reaction, coastal surveillance and so on, for each of this mission, defining what would be the best assets with the equipment. And in parallel, I mentioned Earth observation, monitoring and so on. So we are also providing the services to the customer, so that, in fact, with the systems, with the services, he gets the best out of our products. I wanted just then to focus on two specific points. First, Earth observation. In fact, many countries or customers have to rely on entities like EMSA or governments and so on. The difference with Airbus is that we have our own constellation of satellites, so commercial satellites that are only dedicated to the customers, so there's no question of dual use restrictions and so on, so that we can provide the best service. We have optical, I think most of you heard already from Pleiades Neo, so the latest 30 centimeter resolution satellites we launched in the past weeks. We have also our own radar satellites, TerraSAR-X, TandemX, some others to come. Interesting, on the top right, we're working a lot at this stage also on high altitude pseudo satellites called Zephyr. So it's a kind of a big plane flying at 20 kilometers, keeping in the air for weeks and making monitoring, so Earth monitoring and the sea monitoring. It's not only a dream, it's flying nowadays in the USA, so it's really working. And the last one, I will come on this on the next slide, are the RF signals, the radio frequency signals with some constellations. I mentioned Hawkeye we're working with, that gives what I consider really as a game changer. So I think everybody knows Earth observation satellite optical SAR. Everybody knows AIS, so the automatic identification system that is very trendy and very accepted in the maritime domain. I think here everybody noticed also that in the last weeks there were some major events of AIS spoofing. So organizations or countries saying ships are in one position. Well, they weren't. They were in a completely different one. So you had some, I think it was British military ships reported in the Black Sea. We suppose it's by Russia or something like this, creating some troubles. But the ship was not there. It was just, so let's say, psychological operations. These new solutions we see now appearing. I mentioned Hawkeye, there are 2, 3 others appearing now, are interceptors that allow you, in fact, on a wide areas, that makes the difference with the imagery, to intercept all the human activity, so emissions from navigation radar, VHF, UHF, sat phones, and so on. And so to determine position of ships, you can correlate it with AIS in order to see if a ship saying, I'm here, is really there, or if it's on a different position. So it's really a game changer because it brings you the awareness on a large area without having to ask the ship where it is. So you can really determine your own situation. And this, I think, it's really a trend for the next years. That's why Airbus invested in this technology. Once you have all these technologies ready, the thing is really to bring them together. We have now such an amount of technology and of data that if you want to process them one by one manually, you will never do it. That's why, in fact, we're moving from, let's say, the silo approach we had until now with the satellites, the coastal systems, open sources, aircrafts, to an integrated solution, what we call a digital solution suite, that will bring you, in fact, the latest technologies with a cloud-based environment, a data lake, and then specific analytics for each, so for each area. So the analytics for defense could be different from them for shipping, from environment, and so on. And so this is clearly what we consider being the future of maritime surveillance, and that's why we are putting so many efforts on this. Just to end, so I hope I made it clear that our aim is really to make the sea visible. So first to make Airbus visible in the maritime domain. So now you know that at least Airbus is doing maritime, but also to make the sea more visible so that we know exactly what is going on there. And for this I used, in fact, an image from our latest satellite, so Pleiades Neo. Maybe some of you know this place, so it's the museum in New York. The picture was taken, I think, 1 month after the launch of the satellite, so it was not even operational, but you can see the details we can have, and also the added value we can bring this with this kind of satellite. You can task 20 minutes before acquisition, have the result 20 minutes after acquisition, and so this could also be of, I think, very high interest in the maritime domain. And I thank you, and I'm ready to answer any of your questions.
Last speaker, Mr. Philippe Lattès, who will explain us how to stimulate innovation in shipping using space technology.
So first, I would like to thank you for the invitation. So I'm always happy to come here because we are working together for a very long time now, and I think we did nice things, and it's only the beginning. So just thank you one more time. Because I was till two weeks ago in charge of space activities in Aerospace Valley, which is no more the case. Now I'm working as a freelance, and in particular I'm working with the town of Toulouse to support the development of space ecosystem in Toulouse. I will explain a bit later. 2 words about Aerospace Valley. Aerospace Valley is a cluster, innovation cluster. That means that our main goal is to develop the innovation mainly in SMEs. So we are covering the southwest of France, and we have currently almost 900 members, which are mainly SMEs of more than 500 SMEs. So we are dealing about aeronautic, drone, and space, 3 branches with very specific activities and problems which are very different. So I will discuss only about the space part, which is not the smaller, it's the second one. So the space, I have a problem. Oops. It's not a slide, it lacks some pieces of a slide. Okay, I don't know. But okay, so I will do without it. I don't know why it doesn't work. So the space within the southwest of France, mainly in Toulouse, is representing 15,000 jobs. So it's very, very important part of European. It's almost 1/4 of the whole European task force workforce, and we have currently more than 100 companies. Half dealing with infrastructure, I mean with satellite manufacturing, ground system and so on. So let's say 50, and let's say 50 or 60 companies dealing with services. I mean all the services that could be developed using space data, telecommunication, navigation, and Earth observation. So almost more than 100 companies. To give you an example about the dynamic of space activities, when I arrived in Aerospace Valley 10 years ago, so I created the space branch, and when I arrived, there were only 20 companies. So in 10 years, we got 80 new companies. So either startups, either foreign company that came in Toulouse to take benefit about the ecosystem, or either, and this is very interesting, company coming from non-space sectors and that decide to work on space, either in services or either in satellite manufacturing. So this means that there is a huge dynamic, and the number of new company currently it's almost 30 new company each year. only in our area, to give you an idea about the dynamic of this sector. So this is for the situation. Regarding the market, because we spoke a lot about the satellites and all these things, in fact, when we are considering the complete market of space, I mean, when I say complete market, I would like to include the satellites, the launchers, the ground infrastructure, data distribution, but as well all the services to the users of a customer. I mean all the GPS or Galileo application you have on your smartphone that are using navigation. They are part of a space, we can say, market. Because if space doesn't exist, this application doesn't exist. If space doesn't exist, Uber doesn't work. You understand? So Uber is somehow a space company, somehow. But a company like Uber are existing only because there were some system like GPS. So it's important to have it in mind, because this means that the market created by this example, it's a huge market. When you consider this total market, it's $300 billion of dollars, roughly. And 90% of this market is for services. I mean the satellite launcher and so on, it's only 10%. The big area is for services. Within the services, the big area is for telecommunication, 70% of these things. Because historically, it was the first development, and okay. The second one, it's localization, navigation, with all the application of GPS and GNSS, let's say, application for customer, but professional application. And the last one, it's Earth observation, which in terms of service is very small. In fact, it's only 2% of roughly of the total budget. But it's the one who seems the more promising, with a rate of increase about 15% or 20% each year. And a lot of people think that this services area will increase very fast with all the problems of climate change, environmental, etc. Because Earth observation, it's the only way to measure, to control, to pilot, etc. things at the worldwide level. So this means a lot of people think this is one of the key market in the future. So once I said that, the point is, as Lionel, I don't know if you know Lionel is here, no? This morning, as an innovation cluster, our problem is how to support the development of new application in the different fields of application. Because the field of application of space, there are a lot of fields. We can use space in mobility, which you can use space in agriculture, and so on. And so this means that you have to work with customers that are people who don't know what is possible to do. They have their habit, their technology, their way to do. And so it's very difficult to go. We have to make the match with technology, with companies that know how to deal with data, with new technology like intelligent artificial and so on from one side, and the needs or the future needs of different market. So if I take, in Aerospace Valley, we decide to consider only 4 markets because we thought they were the more promising, and one of them market was the maritime market, because by definition, maritime, it's all the aspects of maritime. It's something that in which the space is very well adapted. Maritime, the sea, it's 70% of the world coverture. You don't have any ground infrastructure. That this means it's ideal for space use. So this is why maritime, it seems to be a very, very interesting market. And so some companies are working on this field for a long time. For example, I took the CLS company, which is a French company. who is working for a long time on aquaculture, on monitoring pollution, etc. I could, Airbus as well is working on that, but I make some choice without, just by chance, we can say. And so this company, which is interesting, is mainly working with Copernicus data coming from Copernicus Marine Services. You know, in Copernicus, it's a program with a lot of satellites, and with all these satellites, there are some services that are dedicated to different subjects, for maritime, for agriculture, and so on. And for marine, there is a services named Mercator Océan, which is located in Toulouse, and they are generating a lot of information that could be used by company to develop new product, new service, to monitor everything, you can say. So, for example, in aquaculture, we had some company were working on these fields for a long time, and now it's very under development. And if we consider maritime, and I think Mr. Minister and Mrs. I forgot your name, sorry. You have shown that the different issue and all the different challenges in your maritime domain, and it's true that there will be a lot of potential use. So I took only some example of new service or new applications that are developing mainly by startups. And if I take boat monitoring, for example, you have a French company, this is a French company, Unseenlab. They have decided to make monitoring of a boat by developing their own small satellites. These satellites are including a system to locate, secret system, we can say, to locate a boat. And then they built the satellite, they launched the satellite with only some million of euros. So this is now possible due to the evolution of technology that allow to build satellites for very low cost currently. And so they built the satellite. I think there are 4 satellites in orbit currently. And now they are selling services using their satellites combined with another existing data. So this is very new. It's the fact that companies that which have some ideas of services, now they could develop their own satellites to fulfill these services. This is something very, very new in the space area. Another example which is very similar, it's ISAI. So it's a Finnish company from Finland. And so exactly the same story. They have developed their own satellites with a radar to deliver service for the maritime route in the North Pole. Exactly the same story. They raise money, etc. So this is a very interesting trend. It's that the fact that we can see companies that are able to build their own satellites to create their own services. It's, one more time, it's really a breakthrough in the space story, because previously the satellites were built and after the people were using the satellites to do services. So it was a kind of, not a technology push, but something like this. If we consider another aspect, which is all the logistic, etc., in this case, you have some another interesting thing that are appearing. It's the Internet of Things network. So what we can see currently, there are a lot of companies like Kineis in France. I took France, I'm sorry, but there are some another company in the world. So this company, they say, okay, there will be a need for communication with a very low rate. I mean, we're not speaking about a television or a rate, we're speaking about objects that would like to send information, and these objects could send the signal through a very simple chip, very cheap, very not very expensive, I mean, with very low consumption, and that you can put this kind of chip in containers, on a lot of things, and then due to the satellites and the constellation, you are able to follow all these objects around the world. So this is very new, and so some companies are building this constellation. The Kineis constellation will be open, I think, in 2 years or 1 year and a half. And around this constellation, a lot of startups are working to develop new services based on this Internet of Things network. This is just to give some example, but on all the another subject that could be, which is around we can say the maritime aspects, we can find a lot of new company, of new services, etc. So it's really something that is exploding in terms of market and example. And the difficulty for a cluster like us, it's to, as I told you, is how to stimulate the creation of new startup, of new idea. As I told you, it's not so simple, because if I take the maritime example, in Toulouse, we don't have any customer. We don't have locally, so we don't know them. It's not our culture. So what we are doing in this particular case, we have signed agreement with, and we are working together with Coralia and another cluster in Europe, and we are working with cluster, with maritime cluster. And what we are doing with them, it's really to develop ideas and then to finance proof of concept to show to the customer that there is a real interest to use space. Because when you are going to see a customer without any space experience, the guy generally, which is nice guys, is listening to you, say, oh yes, it's interesting, how I can do to make a test, and you say, oh, okay, you have to pay a bit, and say, okay, maybe if it works, I will pay, but by now I'm not paying, and nothing is moving. So what we have decided to do is to create some proof of concept factory, and so we have several million of euros to distribute to small company just to realize this proof of concept. And then when the customer is saying that something is working, even if it's only a prototype and something very rough, then after this opens pave the way to bigger project and customer. So it's just to give you an example. And so about what we're doing, because this we are doing in particular with Greece on this subject. And so after we have a lot of another tools from very early stage for hackathon and so on. And for example, in all the hackathon we are working, we are trying to get a customer in maritime aspects to make the education of the customer. And so this is why we have developed the whole chain of innovation, and from very early stage to commercial support. So this is why we have currently. And now we are working more of the next step. And the next step will be to create kind of space and maritime European hub. I mean, to create at European level kind of mix between space provider and maritime customer, and to have a kind of permanent system that will be allowed to make the emergence of new idea, finance of proof of concept, and then to develop these activities commercially. So this is what we have in mind and what we would like to intend to do with several partners in Europe. Maybe we will do it in the frame of European EIT, European Institute of Technology, or tools like this that are providing some financial support, big financial support. So this is the next step that we would like to do, I hope, with you on this domain. And we have another subject with different, country and partner. Okay, just thank you for your attention.
We proceed to the QA session. Let me ask first, Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, do you believe that that the space technology is an opportunity for the Greek ministry to deal effectively with the refugee problem?
Well, of course, well, these days migration is one of the, let's say, difficult tasks that Greece is facing. It's not only, of course, a Greek-Turkey problem. Everybody in the European Union should realize that it's a European-Turkey issue. And of course, every country has an obligation and also a duty to defend and protect its border. This is what exactly Greece is doing at the moment, at sea and on land. And our men and women of our Hellenic Coast Guard are operating with consistency, determination, and of course with absolute sensitivity in human life. Over the past 16 months, our men and women of our Hellenic Coast Guard, they have tackled more than 1,000 incidents, and we didn't confront a single life loss. Our men and women are operating according to international and European law, and of course we are determined to safeguard our borders, and this is an absolute duty to our people and of course to the European Union as a whole. Over the last 16 months we have managed to reduce migration flow in absolute numbers. In 2019 we faced more than 67,000 illegal entries, and we have reduced this number to 2,100 these days. How do you manage that? We have increased our operational means, and of course we have increased our presence in terms of human capital. If you consider that 30% of our personnel is engaged in this operation in the Aegean Sea, and more than 30% of our operational means. And once again, I would like to stress, and everybody in the European Union must realize, that we defend the European borders. I don't know if this is clear to our European friends and neighbors, but this is the reality. So, in terms of, actually, in your question, of course, in order to increase our operational capability, we're in a process of two main international tenders. The first one is there, which is in the latest stage of our first phase. So, in a few weeks, we will move to the second and final phase. Is the National Integrated Maritime Surveillance System. And the other one that will be launched during October is the VTMIS, the Vessel Traffic Management System. Both systems are digital. They do make good of stable and mobile stations. So, in that respect, we will have a clear and complete control of the maritime domain, 24 hours a day. This is very, very sensitive, and of course, that will give us give us the opportunity to make good of our operational means. And of course, this enhances and increases our sovereignty rights. So both systems are very crucial for our Hellenic Coast Guard. So in terms of the National Integrated Maritime System, we'll move very shortly in the second and final stage. And with regard to the vessel traffic management system, this system will be launched during October.
Thank you very much. I will ask Mrs. Eleni Polychronopoulou. Do you believe that the existing technology can help shipping companies to comply with the IMO, the strict IMO environmental rules? Or we need to accelerate our efforts to comply with this rule of IMO 2030?
Well, if there was already proven and viable technology, it would have been implemented. Can you hear me? So if there was already a technology which was proven and reliable and would deliver the results, it could have been implemented. But it's not. So it doesn't exist in the totality. There are bits and parts that help at this moment. There are a lot of projects and a lot of ideas. I do not believe that there will be a solution or one solution fits all. There will be different solutions for different applications regarding the voyage of the vessel. It's going to be different from for a ferry and different for deep sea going vessels. But we have spotted technologies in the space industry that can be applied for that use, like monitoring, which is very important, getting all the information of the application of energy saving or new technologies related to fuels back to land and analyze if they actually do the job. And also new materials. For example, there is a project now going on that is actually trying to implement the technology that exists for the tanks of hydrogen, for the propulsion of spacecrafts to be used as a LNG container. So yes, there are a lot of ideas, a lot of applications, but we don't have a proven technology and we don't need to accelerate.
Okay. Mr. Bagui, do you believe that the shipping industry has embraced maritime security requirements adequately, or they lack in meeting these requirements?
So there's no single answer to this. I think the best example of the shipping industry embracing the standards is Operation Atalanta and anti-piracy in the Horn of Africa, where I think the BMP, so the best managed practices, are now followed by everybody, and is a clear example that it works. So this is quite interesting. In fact, on in Airbus in this area, through machine learning, we built up a pattern of life of what the ships are doing, and we noticed, in fact, that these BMPs are really followed very strictly. So I think when there is an interest from the shipping industry, it works very well, but there has to be a common interest. There's another example, but it's quite the opposite. We are also working now on the monitoring of sulfur emissions that are becoming more and more rigid now. At this stage, there is still some reluctances from the shipping industry in general to apply this sulfur emission regulations, because it will be expensive, obviously. And here we see that, in fact, the market is making the decisions, and as long as it will cost to the shipping industry more than they will benefit from it, some rules will be a bit harder to apply. So I think it's always a balance Horn of Africa anti-piracy is a perfect example that it can work. In other areas like sulfur emission environment, we still have to make some progress. And for this, our tools, let's say we can be the good cops and or the bad cops, helping the shipping industry or sometimes highlighting the lack of improvement, let's say.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Latas, do you think that the space technology and the artificial intelligence will downgrade the role of the human factor or will create new skills and job descriptions?
So it's a difficult question because it's always the same story with innovation. Some people say, oh, with this innovation we will destroy a lot of jobs. And other people say, yes, but with this innovation we will create some new services, new jobs, and so on. So the answer is absolutely complex to answer. What we could say is that it's sure, but in terms of skills, the things are moving very fast because we are facing already, for example, in Toulouse, we're facing a huge, difficulty to recruit young people because the number of young people trained in the IA and all this subject is not enough, and I think it's not the only point in Toulouse. Another thing that we can say is that we can say digital and connectivity, we are facing the competition in terms of skills with people coming from India, etc., that could work from their country. So on the other side, as I was telling to you, there are a lot of new application, of new ideas, new company. So to make the balance of all these things, I think nobody absolutely knows what will be the future. The only thing that is sure, it's that in Europe we have to be very proactive in the development of skills. In France, honestly, we are a bit slow because, for example, to create a master from nothing, it takes some years to create a master specialized in this domain or this domain. It's too slow. So this means that the technology is moving so fast that we need to be very, very active and so on. And at European level, it's the same story. So there are some projects to create some European university, in particular in space. There is one project. I don't know if there is. Yes, I think Athens is member of this, if I'm right. So there is Toulouse University that would like to develop very fast some skills for the future needs of space, in particular the use of intelligence artificial for data processing. Roughly, difficult subject and complex.
I invite the audience to deliver questions. Please.
Good afternoon also from my side. I would like, if you don't mind, to address the question in Greek to the Minister. Κύριε Υπουργέ, είμαι ο Θανάσης ο Πότης, είμαι ο πρόεδρος της ελληνικής βιομηχανίας που ασχολείται με το διάστημα. Θέλουμε την βοήθειά σας ουσιαστικά σε κάτι. Έχουμε δει όλοι ότι τα τελευταία χρόνια γίνεται μια μετάβαση της ναυτιλίας και ειδικότερα του εξοπλισμού των σκαφών για πρώτη φορά μετά από 50 περίπου χρόνια σε καινούργιες τελείως σχεδιάσεις. Όπως εμείς το λέμε χαρακτηριστικά ότι τα πλοία τα εμπορικά μετατρέπονται σε διαστημόπλοια. Έχουμε μετάγγιση νέας τεχνολογία στη ρομποτική, στους αυτοματισμούς, στον IoT, σε smart logistics, όπου πλέον τα καινούργια πλοία που σχεδιάζονται είναι τελείως διαφορετικά από τα πλοία που έχουμε συνηθίσει μέχρι τώρα. Άρα τι δημιουργείται? Δημιουργείται μια τεράστια ευκαιρία στα πλοία αυτά να μπουν καινούρια προϊόντα, καινούρια συστήματα και υποσυστήματα, τα οποία θα υποστηρίζουν τις νέες αυτές εφαρμογές. Έχουμε δει ότι η διαστημική τεχνολογία παίζει ένα πρωταρχικό ρόλο στα καινούρια συστήματα που μπαίνουν σε αυτά τα πλοία. Για μας λοιπόν σαν Ελλάδα δημιουργείται μια μεγάλη ευκαιρία να προσπαθήσουμε να πάρουμε κομμάτι της αγοράς αυτής, βάζοντας ή φτιάχνοντας στην Ελλάδα συστήματα και υποσυστήματα που θα μπουν για πρώτη φορά σε αυτά τα νέα πλοία, τα οποία χρησιμοποιούν τεχνολογίες που εμείς τουλάχιστον στο διάστημα τις έχουμε οριμάσει, τις έχουμε δοκιμάσει και τις έχουμε πετάξει στο διάστημα. Εκτός το ότι οι περισσότερες υπηρεσίες αυτές χρησιμοποιούνται και υποστηρίζονται από δορυφορικά συστήματα και το Υπουργείο Ψηφιακής επενδύει αυτή τη στιγμή στον τομέα αυτών με το καινούριο πρόγραμμα των μικροδορυφόρων που είναι σε επικοινωνίες, θέλουμε λοιπόν να προσπαθήσουμε να ηγηθούμε της συγκεκριμένης προσπάθειας και να προσπαθήσουμε να συνεργαστούμε όλοι οι φορείς στην Ελλάδα που ακουμπάνε την ναυτιλία, προκειμένου στη χώρα μας να αρχίσουμε να φτιάχνουμε και να παράγουμε κάποια από τα υποσυστήματα αυτά. Είναι μοναδική ευκαιρία που εμφανίζεται μία φορά τον αιώνα για να μπούμε τώρα μέσα σε μία σχεδίαση που θα κυριαρχήσει τα επόμενα 50 χρόνια. Για μας είναι ένα πολύ μεγάλο στοίχημα. Γιατί εμείς όλοι σαν βιομηχανία διαστήματος, όταν θέλουμε να πάμε να μιλήσουμε για κάποιον που ασχολείται με τα υποσυστήματα του διαστήματος, παίρνουμε το αεροπλάνο και πάμε στην Τουλούζη, στο Λονδίνο, στο Βερολίνο για να δούμε τους Ευρωπαίους primes, τα άλλες Airbus που ασχολούνται με το διάστημα. Οι υπόλοιποι Ευρωπαίοι όταν θέλουν να μιλήσουν για την ναυτιλία παίρνουν το αεροπλάνο και έρχονται στην Ελλάδα. Βλέπετε λοιπόν ότι αν συνδυάσουμε αυτή τη δυναμική μπορεί να δημιουργηθεί μια καινούρια δραστηριότητα η οποία θα αξιοποιήσει όλη την επένδυση που έχει γίνει μέχρι τώρα και να συνδυάσει τις δράσεις για ένα καινούριο επόμενο βήμα στη χώρα μας. Οπότε για μας είναι πολύ σημαντικό και έχουμε προσπαθήσει με το Υπουργείο να φτιάξουμε μια δράση, να φτιάξουμε ένα καινούριο κλάστερ τεχνολογίας, υψηλής τεχνολογίας που θα μπει και μπαίνει ήδη στις καινούργιες αυτές σχεδιάσεις. Αυτό ζητάμε από εσάς για να μας ανοίξετε ένα καινούριο δρόμο με πάρα πολλά χρήματα και πάρα πολλές καινούργιες θέσεις εργασίας σε υψηλά εξειδικευμένο προσωπικό. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Περισσότερο τοποθέτηση ήταν, νομίζω ότι μπορούμε να διαφωνήσουμε ότι, sorry to speak in Greek, δεν μπορούμε να διαφωνήσουμε, διότι σίγουρα οι προοπτικές είναι τεράστιες, απλά πρέπει να σχεδιάσουμε γρήγορα και όχι μόνο να σχεδιάσουμε, αλλά να και επενδύσουμε και στον ανθρώπινο παράγοντα, διότι κάποιοι πρέπει να ουσιαστικά να λειτουργήσουν αυτά τα νέα συστήματα, γι' αυτό και εμείς είμαστε σε μια διαδικασία να αναμορφώσουμε την δημόσια ναυτική μας εκπαίδευση, διότι σίγουρα προβλήματα από την εφαρμογή αυτών των νέων τεχνολογιών και στις επικοινωνίες αλλά και στην πληροφορική θα υπάρξουν. Αντιστοίχως βέβαια θα υπάρξουν και προβλήματα κυβερνοασφάλειας, άρα και οι εταιρείες θα πρέπει να είναι έτοιμες και σε αυτό το επίπεδο. Όμως εμείς προφανώς ως Υπουργείο να κανονίσουμε, να βρεθούμε και οπουδήποτε μπορεί να φανούμε χρήσιμοι, είμαστε στη διάθεσή σας.
Εγώ να προτείνω να έρθετε σε επαφή και με τη Chemexpo που αντιπροσωπεύει η κυρία Πολυχρονοπούλου και με την Amitec που είναι οι managers, το Information Technology Managers της ναυτιλίας. Εντάξει, πρέπει και με την ναυτιλία βέβαια και με το Υπουργείο Ναυτιλίας. Another question, please. Now I invite Mr. Athanasios Spotsis, President of the Hellenic Association okay. So we close the conference and thank you very much for your attention. At this point we have concluded our session. I wish you all the best.
north-south approach. You'll be leaving the class Bravo and re-entering about 4 more miles.